What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Monday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online, sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. You've got your smart devices, your smart speakers like your Alexa devices. The app, download it, take it on the go. Video stream also up and rolling here this morning on YouTube, Man Cave TVs. Got the Shoe Doctors bullpen line up and rolling here too. We got the Section 105 chats up and going. Shoe Doctors bullpen line, again, that number 715-830-1912. Man, what do we have on our game plan for us this morning on a pretty epic weekend for the Brew Crew? Lots to digest from this Brewers game, or from this Brewers series against the Phillies. First off, the most important thing, Brewers win the series, take the series from the Phillies, winning the first two. They take it 2 out of 3, won the first one, lost the second one, although they made it close at the end. And then yesterday, Kyle Harrison getting the best of Christopher Sanchez. And actually, it was Blake Perkins maybe getting the best of Christopher Sanchez. And the Brewers pick up a big series win. But we got to go back to Friday and talk about the Miz kid. That performance on Friday night, dare I say, one of the most dominating performances we have ever seen from a pitcher. I'm not saying it's the most. I know it's not I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Monday. But it was one of the most dominating pitcher performances I have ever seen, and I think a lot of people have ever seen. One hit away from from a perfect game. Not nearly, but one hit away from a perfect game. 15 Ks, hit 104.5 on the radar gun. The fastest pitch from a starting pitcher that we have seen since tracking began. And he still threw 104 in the ninth inning. Complete game shutout from Jacob Mizorowski. I know, like all season so far, we've been saying we're running out of things to say about him. I mean, it's just kind of like status quo, but he just did something again. Something we haven't seen, something that just keeps adding to his already impressive resume. And it was a year to the day that he made his debut. You can't write this stuff. Hollywood can't come up with this stuff. Dude is, in my mind, and we'll get to this here in a little bit, but right now, most dominating pitcher, dare I say the most dominating player in Major League Baseball, in the category of Shohei, Paul Skeens, Aaron Judge, whoever else you want to put up there. This guy's electric. Just insanely good right now, and he just looks like he's getting better and better. Enjoy. I know there are Brewers fans, there are people out there that are worried about his arm and shoulder and elbow, whether it's going to be blown out and all that. I get it. I understand it. But you know what? Just enjoy it right now. If that is something that you are worried about, let's just enjoy it right now. Just enjoy what we are witnessing, and we are witnessing greatness. We are absolutely witnessing greatness. Boy, that was awesome to watch on Friday night. Man, anybody who was at that game, you were treated, dudes and dudettes. Just awesome. Absolutely awesome. So we're going to talk about Friday night's game. We're going to talk about Jacob Mizorowski. We're going to talk about the series. And then yesterday, nothing official yet from the Brewers, but confirmed by multiple sources, the Cooper Pratt era will begin. Cooper Pratt leaving the game early. His Nashville Sounds game with speculation. He was given some hugs in the dugout and that. And it's been confirmed by multiple sources that he will be called up and should be the new starting shortstop for the Milwaukee Brewers when they begin their series against the Guardians starting tomorrow. Off day today for the Crew, but we're going to have the Cooper Pratt era begin. Is that whose job's in trouble? Kind of seems like it's Rengifo. So there is some talk, too, about, I was reading a little bit from, I believe it was Adam McCulvey earlier on this morning. Joey Ortiz going back to third. Is it going to be a platoon between Hamilton and Ortiz? But it's going to begin the Cooper Pratt era. And honestly, I feel like, all right, it's not going to be a temporary thing either. I think, I shouldn't say he's never going to be sent back down because there is a shot. But they're going to give him a little bit. It's not going to be just a couple games here and there, kind of like what Jefferson Kiro was earlier on this year. But here we go. Here we go. So lots of Brewers stuff to hit up here this morning between Miz WOW, Cooper Pratt, and recapping this series win this past weekend for the Brew Crew. Best and worst from the weekend. Well, you got some pickings from there if you want. VFW Post 305, best and worst from the weekend. Hit me up with your selections. We'll get to those throughout the morning. We'll do a little Monday morning chat GPT, our Monday morning quarterback, where we throw in a scenario and see if the robots and the computers pick the same thing as maybe that a play, a decision. We'd pick if the computers would pick the same thing. We'll do that. What else do we got on the dockets here this morning? We'll continue our top 250 countdown, so we'll get to that. And then we've got Built in the Man Cave, a new daily segment that we're going to get to probably later on this morning. We'll chat with, sounds like Dale Varsho from the Eau Claire Express for our Express chat coming up just past 9 o'clock. It was a good weekend for the Express, too, as they took two. They swept Thunder Bay. They swept Thunder Bay this past weekend. So we'll chat with manager Dale Varsho coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So, I also forgot too. Andrew Fisher was promoted up to Double-A, so he's been raking with the Timber Rattlers. He is being promoted up to Double-A. So, no big surprise. I wonder if we're going to get something from Jesus Mate soon, maybe promoted up to Triple-A too. So, but all right. Oh, and we've got some champions crowned too. We've got the Knicks are your NBA champions, and the Carolina Hurricanes, they're your Stanley Cup champs. All from this past weekend. We've got champions crowned up. So now maybe that watch season of Giannis gets a little bit more, brighter, hotter, that. So we'll see. But all right, let's get things going here this morning. We'll take our break and get going here with the leadoff. We got to talk Brewers. Lots of things to talk about with the Brewers here. Jacob Misiorowski, let's just throw it out there. Is he the most dominating player in Major League Baseball right now at this current point in time? Right now, if you had to pick somebody, a player, who is the most dominating player in Major League Baseball right now, okay? Right now. Is it the Miz kid? Is it Jacob Misiorowski? Is Jacob Misiorowski the best pitcher in Major League Baseball at this current point in time? Let me know. Start to hit me up. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. All right, we'll take our break and get going here with the leadoff. We'll be right back after these quick words. Summer is here, and that means it is time to hit the road in something that you love. At Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of new and pre-owned vehicles ready for every adventure. Looking for power, comfort, reliability? Hey, they've got it all, backed by a team that's committed to making your car buying experience easy and stress-free. So whether it's a weekend getaway or your daily drive, make sure you are riding in style this summer. Toyson Ford in Chippewa Falls, where your next journey begins. All right. Let's get things going here this morning. Good weekend for the Brewers, taking 2 out of 3 against the Philadelphia Phillies, but we got to go back to Friday night's game. And not only the win, but Jacob Mizorowski, man. So, Sarah Langs. Okay, Sarah Langs is a fantastic, if you want to know some fun nuggets, interesting historical aspects about Major League Baseball and that, she wrote on MLB.com from his starts 13 facts and stats from his memorable, his historic start from Friday night. Here they are. Let's just put this in perspective. Okay. We'll start off with Mizorowski threw a 15 strikeout shutout on just 95 pitches. That is the most strikeouts in a Maddox. So if you don't know the term, a Maddox is a shutout. It's named after Greg Maddux. A Maddox is a shutout on fewer than 100 pitches. But that is the most strikeouts in a Maddox since pitch counts have been tracked, 1988. He broke the previous record by 2. Skubal had a 13 strikeout Maddox on May 25th, 2025. Efficiency, baby. We're going to talk a little bit about that, too. Mizorowski allowed just 1 base runner on a 4th inning single, which was erased on a double play. He faced the minimum, 27 batters. 27 batters. His 15 strikeouts are tied for the most by a pitcher in a game where he faced the minimum since at least 1900. Eric Bedard on July 7th, 2007 was the last one. Bedard allowed 2 hits. The Miz allowed 1. All right, we're off to a good start. Mizorowski, here's another one. Mizorowski became the 3rd pitcher with at least 15 strikeouts and no more than 1 base runner in a shutout since at least 1900. He joined Max Scherzer in his October 3rd, 2015 no-hitter, and Clayton Kershaw in his June 18th of 2014 no-hitter. Not bad company. She continues to say, this may have been his best yet, but dominating is nothing new for Mizorowski. He now has a .17 ERA in his last 8 starts. That is the lowest ERA in an 8-start span since earned runs became official in 1913, excluding openers, surpassing Chris Sale's .20 mark for the Red Sox in 2018. Truly, factually, one of the greatest stretches ever. More evidence towards the greatest stretch ever. He's allowed just 1 extra base hit in those last 8 starts. He's also had 80 strikeouts. Mizorowski is the only pitcher since at least 1900 with 60 or more strikeouts and 1 or no extra base hits allowed in an 8-game span. How about a little bit, some fun facts and stats about his velocity? He recorded a strikeout at 104.5 miles per hour in the first inning, the fastest pitch by a starter since pitch tracking began in 2008. He now has each of the 23 fastest pitches by a starter on record. Mizorowski had 3 strikeouts at 103 miles per hour or faster in the first inning. The only other pitcher with 3 103-plus miles per hour Ks in an inning under the tracking era is Chapman on August 10th, 2016. The hardest throwing starter we have ever seen joining the hardest throwing reliever. Those 3 strikeouts in the first were the fastest of his career as a starter, and thus by all starters under tracking: 104.5, 104.1, and 103.5. Entering this season, the fastest strikeout by a starter was 102.6 by Skubal to end the game on May 25th, 2025. Now Mizorowski has each, get this, now Mizorowski has each of the top 14 on the list. Back to the 104.5 for a moment. If we remove the starting pitcher qualifier, he's tied for the 4th fastest strikeout pitch under tracking with Mason Miller in the NL Wildcard Series Game 2 last year. The only faster strikeouts were Ben Joyce twice, 105.5, 104.7, and Chapman, 104.7. Of his 15 strikeouts, 12 were at least 100 miles per hour, 3 more than any other pitcher in a game under tracking. 10 of those were at least 101 miles per hour, 8 at least 102, 6 at least 103, and 2 at least 104. Each of those set records for most strikeouts at those velocity thresholds in a game. He threw 58 pitches at least 100 miles per hour, besting his May 25th, 2026 start for the most in a game under tracking. He has each of the 3 highest totals on the list, and they're 3 of his last 4 starts. 44 of those pitches were at least 101 miles per hour, the second most by any pitcher in a game, behind his 45 last time out. Finally, just a couple more. He started the 9th inning with a changeup, 92.2 miles per hour, and then went heaters the rest of the way. Entering Friday, the fastest 9th inning pitch by a starter was that Skubal pitch of 102.6. Mizorowski's final 5 pitches were all faster than that, topping out at 103.7 miles per hour. There are only 2 other starters to hit 103 miles per hour since tracking began. Jordan Hicks twice in the first inning of a game as an opener, and Justin Verlander in the 5th inning of 2011's ALCS Game 5. The Miz reached 103 after the 5th inning once entering the night. A 7th inning pitch on May 13th. On Friday, he reached 103 miles per hour 3 times in the 9th. Unbelievable. He is not human. We are watching an alien. I swear, this is an alien. This isn't a human being. No human being should be able to do some of the things that he is doing right now. But thank gosh, he is a Milwaukee Brewer. This cat, this kid, whatever we want to call him, is remarkable. I know the Brewers, I think it was Sophia Minner, was kind of doing a thing like use one word to describe Jacob Mizorowski and kind of going around to his teammates describe his performance and such. And I think stellar was one of the most popular ones. And I'd almost say inhuman if I had to answer that question. Inhuman, not real. It's the efficiency. I know we've talked a lot about his control, and that plays hand in hand, the efficiency and the control. But that just took another level on Friday night. For crying out loud, a 9-inning complete game shutout, 1 hit, facing the minimum, and you did it under 100 pitches. Are you kidding me? For Jacob Mizorowski last year, less than a year ago, we were talking about, oh man, control issues, kind of wild. And that's kind of the thought was when we got to the playoffs, and a little wild. It's been like a 180, a complete reverse of this thing. It's such a quick turnaround. That's why it makes it so kind of unbelievable in a lot of aspects in this thing. You know, not to get like super excited. Well, no, screw that. Why not? Why not get super excited about what we are witnessing right now? We are witnessing greatness. We are witnessing something magical and something incredibly rare. And he happens, for not everybody listening, but for the majority, I would think, he happens to play for your favorite baseball team. I mean, I had Cubs fans, a buddy of mine who was a Cubs fan, texting me Friday night saying, tip of the cap, man. Tip of the cap to this guy, to this. I'm not even going to call him a human right now, to this thing, to this pitcher. Because it's unreal. And I know probably one of the first things that a lot of fans are saying, sign him, sign him, sign him, sign him. Well, it does take two to tango, right? And I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% because I don't know the insides of everything, but I would imagine if the Brewers did approach that situation, Mrs. Camp maybe saying that price tag is going to be a lot higher than what you've been signing up and locking up some of your younger players here. Sure. You know, if you want to make the case that, well, in case Miz arm does go, he would have some security. You're right. You're right. But that's a risk that maybe they're willing to take, given his stock is scorching hot right now. White hot. And the thing is like he's going to have pre-arbitration next year and the year after that. Brewers control Jacob Mizorowski here for a while, so let's not worry about contracts, okay? Let's not worry about that. Let's just enjoy this experience. He is must-watch baseball. There's those athletes, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, baseball, when that athlete is on, like TV or wherever, you kind of stop what you're doing and you watch. He is in that category. You stop what you're doing. You plan your night around it, your day around it. Because I want to see what's next. I want to see what's happening. It's must watch. Not every athlete is in that category. Not every team is in that category. But if he wasn't before Friday night, which I think he already was, it clearly established himself as must watch. My opinion right now, Major League Baseball's got some dominating players. But I got to go Mizorowski. The thing is it feels like he's getting better every single start. And I think it actually works well for him that pitchers have 5-6 days off between starts because, yes, he is a very emotional pitcher. He wears his emotions on the sleeve. But I think that almost helps like the calm down, cooling period of 5-6 days. Just kind of regroups, resets. Here we go for the next start, baby. Unbelievable. We got to take a quick break. Plenty more Brewers talk coming up, though, after these quick words. Summer cookout season is here, and nobody does summer grilling better than Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From premium steaks and fresh burgers to brats and chicken, you'll find quality and value throughout the store. Before your next cookout, stop by Mike's Star Market and stock up on the freshest ingredients around. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire, helping make every summer gathering a delicious one and memorable one. So visit them today at 2238 Heimstead Road and make sure to follow their Facebook page. So obviously the story from the weekend for the Brewers is Jacob Mizorowski and the crew taking 2 out of 3 against the Phillies to bounce back after their series loss to the Athletics. If you are checking the standings to begin this week in the NL Central, the Brewers are in first place by 5 games over the St. Louis Cardinals. The Cubbies 7.5 games back. Pirates 8.5 back. Cincinnati 10.5 games back. But let's also give some acknowledgement to Kyle Harrison too, because a nice bounce back performance from Kyle Harrison yesterday. He went 6 innings, giving up 3 hits, no walks, no earned runs, 3 strikeouts in a start on the other side where you had Christopher Sanchez. But the Brewers giving Kyle Harrison some early run support in the game. And thanks to Blake Perkins, who is apparently the Christopher Sanchez kryptonite out there, just career-wise has good numbers. And, well, he picked up a couple hits, including 3-run shots to help out the cause. But Kyle Harrison now improves to 8-1 on the season with a 2.47 ERA. And I feel like we've heard this a few times, but also apparently didn't have his, quote, best stuff, if you want to believe that. But nonetheless, just a very solid performance, very good performance from Kyle Harrison in that bounce-back game. So, also, we got to give some shout. It was a great weekend for Jackson Chourio. Jackson Chourio just continues to play some awesome baseball, maybe making a late push for a potential all-star spot. I don't know. But the dude hit 3 home runs this past weekend. 3 home runs in his last 2 games when the Brewers were trying to make that comeback. On Saturday, he was leading the charge with his 2 home runs in that game. It's just Chad Patrick. Bad performance from him. Just control and commands. It was just kind of an issue for Chad Patrick on Saturday. But Jackson Chourio, in his last 35 at-bats, he has hit 5 home runs, 457 batting average, 459 on base, and he is slugging .943. On the season, Jackson Chourio in 152 at-bats. Remember, he missed a big chunk of the season, beginning part of the season. He's already at 9 home runs. He's hitting .322. His on-base percentage is .370. And his OPS is .942. So Jackson Chourio is hot right now. In fuego. Playing some really awesome baseball. Kind of getting a little overshadowed by Jacob Mizorowski. But hey, dude is, man, it's good to see Jackson Chourio playing as well as he's been playing here too. And, you got a few hot batters in this thing. Contreras, 393 in his last 28 at-bats too. So overall this season, 295 with a 763 OPS for Contreras, which is actually a little bit below his career averages for OPS. But there's going to be a new guy going to be joining the group now. It finally is happening. Now, the Brewers haven't made anything officially official yet, but multiple sources out there saying Cooper Pratt has been called up and will make his major league debut tomorrow, being inserted into the Brewers lineup. So the Cooper Pratt era is about to begin. This is from, it was first reported by Bob Nightingale, but then Adam McCulvey from Brewers.com confirming it. And when you look at Cooper Pratt so far this year, offensively, the overall numbers probably aren't eye-popping. He is slashing a 244, 353, 392 at AAA this season. Does have 6 home runs and 17 stolen bases. 17 stolen bases, man. Defense is major league superb. Now, according to Adam McCulvey, he says, quote, Brewers officials have been plotting the timing of a Pratt promotion for some time. And if Rengifo is indeed the move, either via the injured list or DFA'd, the club could play Pratt at shortstop. That's his natural position, and one the team has in mind for the long term, and would move Joey Ortiz to third. Ortiz has been great defensively, but is in the midst of a multi-year offensive outage with a 561 OPS despite better production recently. So maybe a little bit of a platoon at third between Ortiz and Hamilton. The thing is I don't want Pratt playing third. If you're going to call up Cooper Pratt, play him at his natural position, play him at shortstop. It's not like, Ortiz has proven that he can play third. Might have been a little while since he was a regular third baseman, but he can play third. Hamilton can play third, can play short, can play second. He's your Blake Perkins, but maybe gets more opportunities than a Blake Perkins. He's your infielder that can play multiple spots. If you're bringing up Pratt, make him your shortstop, and let's ride, to quote Russell Wilson. Let's go. Don't overthink this. Don't think about putting him over to third. Put him at short. If that's his natural position and that's what he's most comfortable at, with him making his major league debut, he's going to be nervous already. The butterflies are going to be rolling. His stomach is going to be churning. He may be throwing up for all we know. Make it a little bit easier on himself by playing his most natural position, which is shortstop. And if he is your future shortstop for the long term, for the foreseeable future, well then, just run with it. Go with it. So, we're not going to see that tonight, obviously, because the Brewers have the off day today here. But we'll see it tomorrow. The interesting part in this whole thing, timing-wise, is that on Tuesday, teams can start to trade. They can start to trade players that were in the first year of their free agent contracts. Now, I don't know if anybody would be willing to trade for Rengifo, but it gives the Brewers an opportunity to kind of shop him. Maybe they can sell him for cash. Maybe they can sell him for a future prospect. Because it's not like Rengifo is lighting the world on fire offensively. He's 205 with a 534 OPS and no dingers this year. But maybe you can send him to a team that wants a veteran, backup for chunk change. But Tuesday is the first day that teams are allowed to trade players who are in the first year of their free agent contracts, which makes Luis Rengifo an option for that. So, yeah, overall, a crazy busy weekend when it comes to the Brewers. But a good weekend, right? A fantastic weekend. You take 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. You bounce back after losing to the Athletics. Jacob Misiorowski is now the most dominating player in Major League Baseball, in my opinion. And then the Cooper Pratt era is about to begin. Jackson Chourio is on fire right now. A lot of things are good in Brewtown. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Let's take a quick break. We'll start to wrap up the first hour, but I want to hear from you. is yay or nay, thumbs up, thumbs down. Jacob Mizorowski, not only, I'm not asking just pitcher-wise, but player-wise, is he the most dominating player in all of Major League Baseball right now at this current point in time? Is it still Ohtani or somebody else? We'll take a quick break, and we'll start to wrap up the first hour coming up after these few words. Summer is the season for golf, softball, pickleball, running, staying active. But hey, aches and pains, they can quickly slow you down. And that's where Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine comes in. Their experienced team helps weekend warriors and athletes of all ages get back to doing what they love with expert care and treatment options designed to keep you moving. Play more, hurt less. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Get started today by checking out their website at cvosm.com. We'll talk plenty more Brewers here this morning throughout the program, but send me your thumbs up, thumbs down. Is Jacob Misiorowski right now? I know a lot of people say, is he the best Brewers pitcher of all time? I don't know if I'm – gosh, I know that's kind of a recency thing, but – I don't know if I'm ready to say best Brewers pitcher of all time just because, I mean, we are just 1 year into his career. But if you want to say, is he the most dominating Brewers pitcher of all time at this point? Yeah, that one I could definitely probably buy on. I don't know if I'm ready to say best of all time just because of longevity purposes. That's the big reason. But is Jacob right now the most dominating player in all of Major League Baseball at this point in time? I would probably have to say yes. I would have to say yes. All right. Plenty more baseball, as we said, coming your way here this morning. Coming up next hour. We'll continue our top 250 countdown as we inch a little bit closer and closer to America's birthday. So we'll run through. We actually got to play a little catch up because I got sidetracked on Friday's program and did not get to that. So we're gonna double up here today, or maybe we'll do 15 today and 15 tomorrow. Maybe that's the best way to do it. So we'll do a little extra today. So. And then it's the VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. What was the best? What was the worst from the weekend, in your opinion? Make your picks. A lot of Brewers options for sure on there. So we'll hit that up. Speaking of baseball, we'll catch up with our friends from the Eau Claire Express. Manager Dale Varsho sounds like he will be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll chat a little bit with Dale. The Express picking up a sweep against Thunder Bay this weekend. And we'll be going up against the La Crosse Loggers starting tonight for a 2-game series. And then Wausau, and then Duluth on the road, a home and away, and then they're back home. So I got good stretch of games here at Carson Park. If you haven't been to an Express game yet, you can got plenty of opportunities this week, and maybe even for Father's Day this weekend too, if you want to head on out to the ballpark. But we got a few messages. Looks like a lot of you right now saying yes to the fact that Jacob Misiorowski is the most dominating pitcher in Major League Baseball. We've got C-Bomb that said, here's your litmus test. Game 7 of the World Series, you can put one player on your roster. Who is it? The Miz is your answer. Yes, he is the most dominating player in baseball. We all need to enjoy what we are watching, and the Brewers need to take advantage of it. That's the other part in this, too, that I think is probably going to be asked a little bit more out there is, will the Brewers, should you be more aggressive by that trade deadline to maybe acquire players in areas of positions that are a weakness? Cooper Pratt, if he comes in, I'm not expecting Cooper Pratt to all of a sudden be a big-time home run threat for the Brewers. What do you want? Maybe this is a question we can hit up in the next 3 hours. I want to throw out there too. What are you expecting? What's a minimum expectation that you want to see from Cooper Pratt? And yes, you can use some of the numbers from Rengifo or Hamilton and Ortiz or a combination of both? Is it, I just want to see a guy that's going to hit 250, get on base, and steal a bunch of bases because he's got 17 stolen bases already this year? I'm not having expectations that all of a sudden we're going to get a lot of power from him. But what's your baseline minimum expectation when it comes to Cooper Pratt? Because I feel like there's going to be some fans, not all fans, but there's going to be a decent amount of fans that are going to have, I think, way too high of an expectation for Cooper Pratt. I think they're going to have these insanely high expectations where it's like that's really not the strong suit of that player, or maybe not the best thing for that player, if that makes sense. But what are your expectations? Hit me up. All right. I want to know. We'll talk more Brewers, lots of Brewers here again throughout this morning. So, shot clock's going to cut me off here. So, coming up next hour, let's do a little, I'll make my picks for VFW Post 305, best and worst from the weekend. So I'll make mine, and then we'll get into the 250. I think we'll do 15. Richard's like, oh, man, we got to do 20. Let's split it up here. We'll do 15. Continue to knock out this list of 250 moments in American sports history from the last 250 years. So we'll hit that up coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, which is just a mere few seconds away. But continue to hit me up with your answers. Is the Miz the most dominating pitcher of all time, or not all time, most dominating pitcher right now, or dominating player right now in Major League Baseball? Make the case, yay or nay, and make the case. We got some news updates, but we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, here we go. We are kicking off the second quarter, second hour already on this Monday morning of June 15th. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start this morning if you are already up and at it. Plenty of Brewers talk coming your way this morning. We spent the first hour talking Jacob Mizorowski, the series win against the Phillies, the call-up of Cooper Pratt. Brewers have the off day today, so we'll wait to preview this series against the Cleveland Guardians coming your way starting tomorrow. But still, we'll revisit some of the Brewers chat that we had in that first hour. Continue to send me your text, though, and your thoughts on one Jacob Mizorowski. Is he the most dominating player in Major League Baseball? Not just pitcher, but is he the most dominating player in Major League Baseball? Make your case why or why not. If you don't think he is, who then would you say? Is it still maybe Shohei Ohtani because of what he can do both from a pitching standpoint and offensively? If you do think it's Jacob Mizorowski, is it just because, I mean, you can maybe say, no words needed, just pay attention to what he's doing right now. I think he is right now. If we were to power rank it, I think he is the most dominating player in Major League Baseball at this current point in time. Just my opinion, but what's yours? All right, send them on over. So we'll get back to more Brewers talk. We've got we'll continue our 250 countdown. I think we're going to knock out some more athletes for our 250 countdown here. So we'll get to that this hour. We've got a little Built in the Man Cave segment coming your way later on. We're going to chat with the Eau Claire Express coming up at 9 o'clock for our Monday morning Express chats. We'll do a little Monday morning CGPT, our Monday morning chat GPT, where we like to play Monday morning quarterback. So we're going to put it to the test for AI. See if they agree or disagree with one of the decisions from this the past week or so, right? It's, again, if you're just like, what is it? We started this off last week. It'll definitely be a thing, especially during football season. But like your Monday morning quarterback, where you're kind of doubting a decision, a move made by a coach, a player, whatever the case may be, a GM for a trade. Well, we'll see what the machines, what the AI, the artificial intelligence says, whether they agree or disagree with what humans did out there. So, all right, we'll get to that coming up here too. But let's kick off the second hour with a little VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. You can send your picks, send them on over to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat with your picks. Best of the weekend, let's not kid ourselves, there's a lot. And I don't really think there's a right or wrong answer. Let me rephrase it. There is a lot when it comes to the Brewers. If that's where we're going to go with this, and honestly, I'm not going to overthink it. This is where I'm going to be going with mine. But I think, we could go Jackson Churio, we could go Kyle Harrison, but let's not kid ourselves. I'm not going to overthink it. It's Jacob Mizorowski. What we saw Friday night from Jacob Mizorowski was special. It was historic. It was memorable. Whatever word you want to use to describe, it was awesome. And it is my easy pick for best and worst in the week. And he continues to set the bar so dang high right now. So dang high. And we're going to be asking probably ourselves, what I'm already asking. I think a lot of people are already asking, what next? What next for Jacob Mizorowski? What else is he going to do? Perfect game now? Sets the bar high where if he goes out there and has a game where he goes 6 innings and maybe gives up a couple earned runs and like 8 strikeouts, still with a win, but we're going to say, man, what's wrong with Jacob Mizorowski? That's the bar he's setting. Worst from the weekend, Chad Patrick. I think now you look at Chad Patrick here, and it might be a little bit of a nitpick here, but you look at his last 2 games. Vegas against the A's and the Phillies. You look at those last 2 games. He has given up 8 straight hits over those 2 appearances and charged with 7 earned runs. You kind of thought, okay, Vegas, maybe a little bit of a fluke, but in that situation on Saturday against the Phillies, the amount of hits that he gave up and those earned runs, I think right now my worst from the weekend's got to be Chad Patrick. Hopefully he bounces back. Hopefully it's nothing. It's just a little bit of a slump, and he'll be able to overcome it and get back to the Chad Patrick that we know and love. I think we will. Unless it's something that we find out is like an injury thing or what, but I think we will. I got confidence in him, and I got confidence in this coaching staff for the Brewers that they are going to be able to figure out Chad Patrick and get him to bounce back. So that's my best and worst from the weekend. Should acknowledge, too, we have a couple championships crowned in the last 24 hours. The Knicks taking down the Spurs in Game 5 to capture the NBA championship. And then Carolina, after dropping the first couple games in their series against Vegas, coming back and, well, they now hoist Lord Stanley's Cup. So we've got 2 champions crowned. And now when it comes to the NBA, all eyes now shift to, one, the draft, but also Giannis. One rumor that is out there, Bill Simmons. He has said that, and he is a big Boston fan, big Boston Celtics fan, okay? But he says the Celtics reportedly made an offer to the Bucks for Giannis last week and said that Boston has, quote, dove in on the Giannis sweepstakes. So that comes off the heels of where the Heat was the hot name, the hot team. But now the clock is ticking. There was also another rumor I saw over the weekend, too, that the Bucks actually are looking to trade up in the draft, but maybe want 3 first-round picks for this year's draft. If that is legit, where they want 3 first-round picks for this year's draft, I mean, we could, you know the game plan here at this point. But clock's ticking on that soft deadline for the NBA draft as the date to trade Giannis by. Just as a reminder, the NBA draft coming your way next Tuesday. So we may be just a week away or less than a week away from finding out whether Giannis is going to be traded or not. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears here for just a little bit and continue our top 250 countdown. But still hit me up with your takes on Mizorowski and the Brewers and Cooper Pratt. What is your realistic expectations when it comes to Cooper Pratt now that he is being called up? What's your realistic expectations? Okay? Hit me up. We'll take a quick break, and we'll continue our 250 countdown coming up after these few words. Summer puts your vehicle to the test, and AJM Automotive is ready to help you win that battle, to pass that test. With 2 convenient Eau Claire locations, AJM Automotive can handle everything from oil changes, inspections to brakes, tires, and major repairs. Before your next road trip, make sure your vehicle is ready for wherever summer takes you. You can trust the team at AJM Automotive. 2 locations and 1 commitment, keeping you safely on the road all summer long. You can get started. Check out their website at ajmautomotiveservices.com. Okay, shall we do this? We continue our 250 moments in sports history in America. Do got to play a little catch. So we're good. Usually we do it in groups of 10. We're going to do 15 because, well, we missed one last Friday. Blame our friend Brandon for that. So we're going to do 15 today and probably 15 tomorrow. Now, I've got no rhyme or rhythm to this. Started off with maybe like, today's going to be just athletes. Today's just going to be games. Today's just going to be moments. We're going to mix them up here. We're going to have a little bit of everything in here. Okay, so as a reminder, too, if this is the first time you're listening to this and I miss one and you're like, how can you not say so-and-so or how can you not say that game? You can listen to the previous ones. They're all through the Man Cave podcast. Or if I haven't gotten to it yet, I probably will, okay, because there are 250 of these. So today only, today and tomorrow, we're just doing 15. Normally, we would do 10 because it leads up to July 3rd. So if you're one of those, like, how did you not say that one? Maybe I did, or it's probably on my list and I just haven't gotten to it yet. All right, so just be a little patient. All right, not going to go through all 250 right now. But without further ado, let's jump into, again, like I said, we're just going to do a few athletes and maybe some moments and some games. It's going to be a little bit of a mixture here this morning. And I'm going to start off with baseball since we were talking about pitchers with Jacob Mizorowski a little bit earlier. I got to start off with 2 pitchers where, again, the definition of this whole thing is you can't tell the history of American sports or this particular sport, which is baseball, without mentioning this. And when it comes to Major League Baseball, there's 2 pitchers that I don't think you can tell the history about. And one is Cy Young. That's the first one here. Cy Young, his numbers, he's got some records on here that I don't think will ever be broken. The big one being 511 career wins. That ain't getting touched in my lifetime unless they change the rules of awarding pitchers with wins. Still, I don't think I'm going to see it in my lifetime. 511 career wins. I don't even think I'm going to see a 300-win pitcher again in my lifetime. So, no, I'm fairly confident in saying, and I hope I continue to live for a very, 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 very long time. I ain't going to see somebody that's going to break that record. He's got 7,356 career innings pitched, record. 815 career games started, record. 749 career complete games. Of his 815 career games started, 749 career games completed, people. 25 and a third consecutive hitless innings pitched. The fact that he was inducted on the second ballot in 1937. Come on. What are we doing here? But, I mean, for crying out loud, best pitcher in each league is named after this guy. Okay? Cy Young, when you think of baseball, even youngsters today, they know the name Cy Young. They may not know that he's got the most wins in Major League Baseball. They know the name Cy Young because of, well, it's kind of the MVP award for pitchers if the pitcher doesn't win an MVP. It's not to say it hasn't happened. It has happened. But it's for best pitcher in each league, National League and the American League. So kind of by default, you can't tell the history of baseball and in turn the history of sports in America without mentioning Cy Young. The other pitcher, and I was just talking about this guy with a group of people Friday night, Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan. Yeah, I mean, 324 wins. I don't know if anybody's going to catch his record of 5,714 career strikeouts. 7 career no-hitters. And you want to know what is maybe the most ridiculous thing when it comes to Nolan Ryan? The guy never won a Cy Young Award. How is that possible? The guy never won a Cy Young Award. Unbelievable. When you talk about one of the best pitchers of all time, and for many, they view him as the best pitcher of all time. The longevity from Nolan Ryan. Like, this isn't a guy that, for some people, for Cy Young, for instance, they're probably going to say, well, that was a different era in baseball. That was so long ago. Numbers aren't really that. Nolan Ryan, I mean, the last time he pitched was in 1993. Think about this. He debuted in 1966 for the New York Mets. His last appearance, 1993. The longevity of this guy. You're talking what? 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. 4 decades. Yeah. Nolan Ryan, man. When you're talking about the history of baseball and you're talking about pitchers in baseball history, Nolan Ryan, you got to throw him in there. Easily have to throw that man in there. Okay, I want to do a couple more athletes here. Let's go to, since we just got done with the NBA Finals, I want to do a player who I think has. No, let's go to soccer. Excuse me. I want to go to soccer here. So, Mia Hamm. Okay, we're in World Cup right now, and when you talk about like women's soccer, I know we're in the men's World Cup, but when you talk about women's soccer in USA history, I think the first name, at least for people of my generation, that they're probably going to say is Mia Hamm. And I remember as a kid, like this is the peak of Mia Hamm. This was the peak. And for a lot of these athletes, we talk about, you may not be a fan of the sport that they play, but you know who they are. You may not know a whole lot about the sport, but you know that person. You know that athlete. You know that person is in there. Hamm was that during my childhood when it comes to soccer. Like if you were a kid and you were asked a trivia question, hey, name a soccer player, Hamm was going to be one of the first ones. You may not have known too much about her career to that point, but you knew she was a really good soccer player. And she was kind of the face of soccer for women's soccer in America. World Cups, the Olympics, all the above. And I think, again, the definition of this whole thing is, can you tell the history of this sport or sports in America without mentioning this? I think when you talk about women's soccer in America for the last 250 years, Hamm's name is right there, if not at the top. Twice named FIFA World Player of the Year, U.S. Soccer Female Athlete of the Year 5 years in a row. Yeah. Those are impressive. That's impressive. The other player, so when I was going to go to the NBA, and I couldn't remember if I had him crossed off or not, and I don't have him crossed off, so it means I should be good to go here. But no, I think I mentioned Steph Curry, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I mentioned Steph Curry. You want to talk about a player who changed the game I mean, a big impact in the game of Steph Curry. I know I talked about him, so all right, we'll move past him. So let's go to. Tell you what, let's go to. Well, let's stay with women's sports, and I think when you go to the WNBA, okay, there's a few names when we talk about the WNBA. There's a few names that come to the top of my mind right away. Now, I was a youngster when the WNBA was formed, and three names instantly come to mind when I think about the early comings of the WNBA. That's Lisa Leslie, that's Rebecca Lobo, and that's Cheryl Swoops. You had the Comets, the New York Liberty, and the LA Sparks. Comets were kind of the early dynasty in the early goings of the WNBA. But when you talk about even before the WNBA started, again, kind of like what we were just talking about with Ham, when I was a kid, when I was a younger kid in the 90s, I knew who these players were, even before the WNBA started because of Olympic basketball and such. But when you talk about the early goings of women's basketball, those three are the big names right at the top. And then I would add on there for maybe like kind of the next wave, if you want. Well, first of all, another chapter. I think the next one is Diana Taurasi. You could go to what she did at UConn, one of the most dominating college basketball players of all time. And then her longevity and her consistent success at the WNBA level. It was kind of like the next wave. And then the next chapter in women's basketball, even though she's still early on in her career, Caitlin Clark. We talk about people, athletes who transcend the game or change the game. If you were to put together a list of top 10, top 15 players, top 20, whatever, of players who really changed the game or transcended the game, Caitlin Clark's on that list. Because like Steph Curry, the deep shot, the three from the logo, changed that game. That's why just to kind of a refresher, Steph Curry to me is one of the guys that is towards the top three, top four, top five, whatever, of players who has really impacted and really changed the game of basketball. And Caitlin Clark has had that same effect that Steph Curry had on the NBA, and she's having that effect in women's basketball. She had it at college at Iowa, and now doing it at the WNBA, where as soon as she got in the WNBA, the attention to that sport, the popularity of that sport increased big time. Money, attention, dollars, pay. Players are benefiting from Caitlin Clark on there too. All of that. All right, so we've gotten through 8 already. Nolan Ryan, Cy Young, Ham, Lisa Leslie, Rebecca Lobo, Cheryl Swoops, Diana Taurasi, Caitlin Clark. Let's, I'm going to throw in a couple of, for my NASCAR peeps out there, a couple names. Just a couple for now. Not all of them, but I think when you think of NASCAR, again, a theme I think in this portion of our countdown is you may not have been big fans of the sport, but you knew who they were. And that's kind of the theme for a lot of these. And again, I wouldn't consider myself a NASCAR fan. I tried to in my younger years. I tried to watch it a little bit more, but I knew who Dale Earnhardt was. The three, the signature, the intimidator, you knew who Dale Earnhardt was. And when you talk about the history of NASCAR, you can't talk about it without Dale Earnhardt. A guy who, again, transcended NASCAR. You don't have to be a NASCAR fan to know the impact that Dale Earnhardt had on NASCAR. And kind of, was at the one of those guys too. And the thing to me that I always appreciated about NASCAR, and I'll be honest, I don't know if it's currently kind of like this too. I think it still is, but I mean, I remember you were like Earnhardt or Gordon. You were drivers. Your drivers was your team, and it was a fierce rivalry with a lot of that, right? But when you think about NASCAR, the first name that comes to my mind is Dale Earnhardt. And the next one, I got to go with the king, Richard Petty. I mean, when you want to talk about championships and maybe one of the very first legends of the sport, iconic sport, whether it's the sunglasses or the cowboy hat, I mean, the Petty name in NASCAR, the car, I could think about Dale Earnhardt's car, but then I remember I had, for whatever reason, I don't know why I remember this, but I remember I had like a Hot Wheels car of the STP Richard Petty car. That light blue and orange paint scheme. I had a little Hot Wheels car of that thing. I think I still have Richard Petty's autograph somewhere in my house. I think I do somewhere. But, I mean, you're talking about the king, Richard Petty. So when you talk about NASCAR, to me, those are the two names that come right towards the top of the list. I might as well throw Jeff Gordon in here too, since we're talking about that, because I mean, you talk about the rivalry maybe between Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon, but Jeff Gordon maybe was, I don't know, maybe more diehard NASCAR fans can correct me on this one, but you either like love Jeff Gordon or you really hated him. There was no middle ground. He seemed to be the guy that was kind of maybe the villain for a lot of people. Smart, kind of, what was it? What's the Jeff Foxworthy bit about Jeff Gordon? Is that Jeff Gordon enunciates? But I mean, you're talking about the 24 car, the DuPont. Nobody knew what DuPont was, but you knew that was the car that Jeff Gordon drove. To this day, I barely even know what DuPont is. But you knew that was a Jeff Gordon car. That kind of rainbow color scheme. So, all right, what is that? 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got to do 4 more to get to 15 here. So we've done a lot of athletes here. Is there any plays that I kind of want to go through or some teams that I kind of want to run through here? See, I've got a bunch of trendy. Let's just go with nothing's really standing out, so let's just do a couple of moments in sports history, and then maybe wrap it up with a couple of games. So moments wise, I want to go to a couple of them here. Joe Namath, Super Bowl III, the guarantee. When you think about upsets, first of all, Super Bowl III was a huge upset of the Jets over the Colts. And you got this guy named Joe Namath, who, maybe was the NFL's first type of Hollywood dude that loved the camera, that loved the spotlight. I mean, completely different than his fellow Alabama quarterback, Bart Starr, right? I mean, Joe Namath was a personality. Commercials, ads, and then you get the guarantee that everybody knows about. And it was a huge upset, one of the biggest upsets in football history and in professional sports. I mean, the Jets were an 18-point underdog. And the Colts beat them. Or they beat the Colts 16-7. The iconic image, Joe Namath running off the field with, the number 1, the finger waving up in the air. But just a simple guarantee from Joe Namath. We're going to win the game. I guarantee it. When you think about football history, Joe Namath in Super Bowl III, there's a couple of them. Because of the guarantee from Joe Namath kind of that first maybe Hollywood superstar in the NFL, but then the big upset. One of the very first biggest upsets in Major League Baseball history. Or not Major League Baseball history, NFL, excuse me. Since the Knicks won the championship here, I should put a mention of them on here. So I'll do it. Willis Reed. The Willis Reed moment. We use that as a comparison for other kind of in-game comebacks. Remember when Aaron Rodgers did it during his comeback against the Chicago Bears? Comes back out and leads the team to victory. Plays hurts. But it was during the fourth quarter of the so Willis Reed, if you want a little bit of a background here, Willis Reed suffered a severe torn muscle in his right thigh during the fourth quarter of Game 5 of the 1970 NBA Finals. Despite the injury, Knicks still won. Game 6, he was ruled out due to the severe tear, forcing him to miss the game. The Lakers easily won the game to tie the series 3-3, setting up a decisive Game 7. May 8th, 1970, after receiving painkiller injections, Reed famously limped out of the tunnel at Madison Square Garden to play. He scored the game's first 2 baskets, inspiring an emotional 113-99 victory that secured the franchise's first ever title. His heroic return remains one of the most celebrated moments in sports history. And obviously I wasn't around when that happened, but I can picture the old video. You can look it up on YouTube. The old video of him walking out the tunnel. Playing hurts. And to this day, you still hear that reference to any sport. It's not just basketball, but to any sport out there. I mentioned the Aaron Rodgers one, and I'm sure it's been mentioned elsewhere. Having a Willis Reed moment or pulling a Willis Reed. All those different things. So, let's do a couple teams here then to wrap it up. So, Knicks. Well, might as well stay on the Knicks since they just won the NBA title. When you think about one of the most iconic franchises in the NBA, in NBA's history, the association's history, it's the New York Knicks. Big market. It's Madison Square Garden. It's, you talk about celebrity row, and I think a lot of people, and I was like one of this too, but when you talk about, celebrities watching a basketball game, it was always kind of like the Lakers. And the only one you could think of for the Knicks, at least when I was younger, was always Spike Lee. You knew who Spike Lee, I just thought Spike Lee was a super Knicks fan when I was a kid growing up. Well, he's a director and all that stuff in Hollywood, but just a constant presence there, him and his battles with Reggie Miller and that. But when you think about some iconic franchises in the NBA, the Knicks are at the top. If we've already touched on Lakers and Celtics, and we threw in the Bulls and the 90s Bulls, but the New York Knicks. And it comes with the arena that they play in, Madison Square Garden. They're attached. Whether you think of Patrick Ewing or Willis Reed or Frazier or now Jalen Brunson and those Knicks, or the Allen Houston, Latrell Sprewell era of the Knicks, Carmelo Anthony for a little bit. The Knicks are one of the most iconic franchises in basketball history, and you can't tell the history of the NBA or sports without mentioning the Knicks. To wrap it up, let's do another team here. And, well, I think since the Stanley Cup is also kind of in the, well, it's not kind of, it is wrapped up. Let's throw in the Boston Bruins, because I'm not picking every team for the top 250, but there are certain teams, when you tell the history of that league, you got to mention them. And I think when it comes to the NHL, the Bruins, who were one of the original 6 NHL teams, you got to throw them into this equation too. The iconic B on the front of their sweaters. You're talking about 6 times they have hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup. Most recently, the 2010-2011 season. One of the most, one of the oldest teams in the league and one of the original teams in the entire league. You talk about, again, I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but that iconic B on the front of their sweater. If you ever did a trivia game show where it just showed logos and you had to, you'd saw that one on there, to me, like, I would know what it is right away. It's the Boston Bruins. It's the Bruins. The spoked B logo on there. So, tell the history of the NHL. Can't do it without mentioning the Boston Bruins in that history. All right, so those are 15 that we just went through. We'll do another 15 coming your way tomorrow for our 250 countdown of sports in America. We'll take a quick break. We do got to play some catch up, so we got to take a couple breaks for the top of the hour. We'll be right back after these few words. Believe it or not, hunting season's preparation starts right now, and there is no better place to gear up than Tilden Gun in Chippewa Falls. Whether you are looking to upgrade your deer rifle, pick up a new turkey shotgun, or add a dependable shotgun for traps, sporting clays, or target shooting, Tilden Gun has a wide selection of firearms from the brands you know and trust. Their knowledgeable staff can help you find the perfect fit for your hunting style, experience level, and budget. Plus, you'll find ammunition, accessories, optics, and more to help you get the most out of every trip to the range or into the field. Don't wait until the season is right around the corner. Get prepared now and shoot with confidence later. Stop by Tilden Gun in Chippewa Falls and see why sportsmen and shooting enthusiasts throughout the Chippewa Valley trust Tilden Gun for all of their firearm needs. Like I said, we do got to play a little catch-up, so I do have to take one more break before the top of the hour. So let's do a little bit of a reset here. Continue to send me your VFW Post 305 best and worst from the weekend. All right, what was the best and what was the worst from the weekend? You can hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat on our video stream this morning. So hit me up with your best and worst from the weekend. Next hour, we'll do a little Monday morning CGPT. Our Monday morning quarterback, but with ChatGPT. We'll put in a scenario situation that transpired this past week. That might have been a little bit of a questionable decision by a manager or a coach. And, well, we all are Monday morning quarterbacks, so we'll see what AI has to say about a certain decision and such. So we'll hit that up, and we'll do a little built in the Man Cave new daily segment coming your way a little bit later on here too. So, plus, as a reminder, coming up at 9 o'clock, we'll catch up with Dale Varsho, manager for the Eau Claire Express. Good weekend for the Express as they took 2 from Thunder Bay this weekend, and now they've got the Lacrosse Loggers coming to town starting tonight at Carson Park. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll be at halftime already on this Monday morning. Flying on through. Also, if you haven't had a chance to chime in, yay or nay, thumbs up, thumbs down, Jacob Misiorowski, not only the most dominating pitcher in Major League Baseball, but do you think he's the most dominating player in Major League Baseball? Or is that still somebody like Ohtani or somebody else? What do you think? And a realistic expectation for Cooper Pratt now that he is being called up. I want your input. I want your analysis. We'll take a quick break, and it'll probably be pretty close to the top of the hour here. So we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Summer road trips create some great memories, but sometimes accidents happen. If a fender bender puts a dent in your plans, trust Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire to get your vehicle looking like new again. Their experienced team provides quality collision repair and attention to detail that helps restore your vehicle and your peace of mind. When life bumps into your vehicle, you can count on Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire. Superior Auto Body, our official Backyard Dreams partners. All right, shot clock is going to cut us off, so timing did work out perfectly there. So we'll be at halftime, but we'll open up the next hour talking some more Brewers. We got a little built in the Man Cave segment coming your way and our Monday morning Chat GPT. That's all coming up in the third quarter, the third hour of this Monday program. Plus, your thoughts on Jacob Izarowski, Cooper Pratt, and the first place Milwaukee Brewers. We got news updates. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, here we go. The third quarter kicks off right now. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully you're all off to a fantastic start, and thanks for hanging out with us. If you're up and at it, which you should be, it's 8 o'clock, unless you work late and this, different hours and such. Yeah, totally get that. Totally understandable. But we're going to get back to some more Brewers talk here in just a little bit. But if you're just tuning in for the first time, we spent the first hour talking Miz Pratt. Brewers taking 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. We'll revisit some of that conversation, but a question that was thrown out there in the first hour and kind of our maybe informal poll question, if you will. Let me rephrase that. Is Jacob Hizorowski not only the most dominating pitcher in Major League Baseball, but is he the most dominating player right now in Major League Baseball? Yes or no? Yes or no? Continue to hit me up with your picks. I will just say a wide majority of you say yes. Yes, he is. A few of you still went Shohei Ohtani. That's kind of where it's between those two. So we'll get back to some of your comments and such on that. We've got a little new daily segment coming your way a little bit later on called Built in the Man Cave. It's just kind of an opinion piece and such. So explain that a little bit more when we get to it. But let's kick off this hour with our new feature that we started last Monday. And this will really kind of kick into gear during a football season. But, hey, we can still do it. It's Monday morning. What happens on Monday mornings? It's Monday morning quarterbacking. Should have done this. Should have done that. Would have done this. Would have been better. Would have won if they would have done this. Everybody is a Monday morning quarterback in the sports world, right? Well, this one didn't happen over the weekend. But anyways, so what we're going to do with this with Monday morning quarterback is, all right, we're going to take some of the bigger decisions that affected games, the outcome of games or whatever or a trade or anything like that. And we'll put it into ChatGPT and see if the AI, the artificial intelligence world out there, agrees with the human world in some of the decisions. So this one, it was actually a few days ago, but this is really going to be kind of the example on Monday morning after Packers games where we're going to really use this. But I threw in there, hey, and we got to come up with a name for our AI coach here. So if anybody's got a good suggestion, let me know. I'm open. But I threw the question out there from our June 10th game, Brewers Athletics, the Brandon Sproat game, where he was pulled after 6 innings, giving up just 1 earned run, and he was only at 68 pitches. Brewers ended up losing that game. They had a 3-1 lead, but they ended up losing that game. And you had a lot of fans saying Pat Murphy should have left Brandon Sproat in there. So I asked our AI manager, coach, whatever the nameless one, what would you have done in this situation? Gave them all the details. And the decision from AI was they agreed with Pat Murphy's decision to pull to pull Brandon Sproat. Their reasoning, let's just kind of go through this was, says, I understand manager Pat Murphy's logic. Sproat's issue all season had been maintaining the effectiveness deeper into his outings, and there was a discussion afterward that the Brewers have seen him run into trouble around the 75 to 80 pitch range in previous starts. So the decision really comes down to this question. Would you rather trust Sproat facing the lineup a third time or trust Chad Patrick with a fresh inning? Before the game unfolded, most managers would probably say Chad Patrick. Patrick had been one of Milwaukee's more reliable bullpen arms, and nobody expected him to give up 3 runs on 8 pitches. The result makes the move look worse than it probably was. Agrees with Pat Murphy's approach. There you have it. I know a lot of people were saying they should have kept him in, but AI agrees with Pat Murphy. Speaking of which, Pat Murphy is really dealing with some hip issues. I don't know if he's going to have surgery or what, but I mean, he's having some major issues where he can't even walk out there to do pitching changes. He's been like sitting on the bench and such. So something maybe to kind of keep an eye on there. I haven't seen whether he needs to have surgery or anything, but got a long ways to go yet in this season. So hopefully it's something he can get better at and such. But Brewers have the off day today after a very good weekend of taking 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. I didn't think they were going to have a shot yesterday. I know Harrison was on the mound, but I mean, you're going up against Sanchez, and hey, Blake Perkins is like his kryptonite. For whatever reason, Blake Perkins is his kryptonite, and had a great game against him. Jackson Chourio has been playing incredibly well here for the Brewers too. I mean, he continues to just stay hot from the plate. Absolutely sizzling hot from the plate. This kid is fun to watch, man. Fun to watch. But the story from the weekend was Jacob Misiorowski. Friday night's legendary and epic performance on the mound. And there's been a lot of articles, it'll be a talking point across the radio to begin the week, no matter what programs you listen to. And there's a new one up on ESPN.com. If you go to the mothership, right on the MLB's homepage is Jacob Misiorowski, and a new article that was dropped this morning. The writer opens it up by saying, it was apparent. The writer is David Schoenfield. It was apparent Jacob Misiorowski was doing something special on Friday night when, despite being without Wi-Fi and living in a cell phone dead zone, I saw a few stray text messages that managed to get through the half bar of service. Miz is going to strike out 23 tonight. Not a bad start. 9 Ks and 3 1/3. Best I could tell, the record for Ks in a Maddox is 13. Miz has tied it and only thrown 75 through 7. Hope they let him roll. Miz did it. 1 hit Maddox, 15 Ks. Wow, amazing. We went through like Sarah Lang's 13 facts from that game. And there's probably more. You've probably seen other ones. They're flooded all over the place. It was kind of running out of words to describe that game. William Contreras, his catcher, said after the game, quote, "This is not a normal pitcher. I think he can go out there and throw 100 fastballs and get through a game." And he is kind of just still running out of words to describe what we're seeing with Misiorowski. And I know a lot of Brewers fans are already saying best pitcher in Brewers history. I got those messages. I saw those messages. I thought about that. I don't know if I'm ready there yet. We're just talking about 1 year. I don't know if I could say best Brewers pitcher of all time. But I think I would be comfortable in saying most dominating Brewers pitcher of all time. And that's kind of our built in the man cave segment here. Built in the man cave is just a thought, been thinking about for a little bit. And, spent some time not on the fly, thinking about it at night, the night before the program. And just one thought, one discussion point that's kind of been thrown out there. And just taking some time to think about it. An opinion built while relaxing, maybe in the man cave. And I can't give Misiorowski the title of best Brewers pitcher yet. I think it's the sexy thing to do right now. It's the recent thing to do right now. There is absolutely 100% of a possibility we could be saying this about Jacob Misiorowski in a couple years or in a few years, whatever. I think that trend, that trajectory is completely on the table. No question about it. He easily could accomplish that feat. I just can't do it right now, 1 year into his career. But I can buy into he is the most dominating pitcher that the Brewers have had. And that with him being only 1 year into his career. Because what he is doing is silly. It's ridiculous. I mean, CC Sabathia was dominating for the Brewers in a half a season. What he was doing in that 2008 run was remarkable too. Mizorowski is, if he's either at that level or a little bit above it. We all get, excited about the fastballs. 104, 104 and a half, throwing 104 in the ninth inning. But don't discredit some of the other pitches, too, that he's been thrown to mix it up. That slider, I mean, he opened up the ninth with a changeup at 92 miles per hour. He mixed in 11 sliders, 7 cutters, 4 curveballs, 4 changeups. So he's got a little bit of an arsenal. And that makes him more lethal. ESPN asked the question, was Mizorowski's performance the best in the past decade? Past decade, was this the best pitching performance we have seen? They threw out a couple other options. They said there's a strong case for that argument, the highest game scores since 2017. You have Mizorowski's game. Justin Verlander, September 1st, 2019, 9 innings pitched, no hits, 1 walk, 14 strikeouts, 120 pitches. Garrett Cole, 9 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 16 strikeouts, 114 pitches on May 4th, 2018. John Means, May 5th, 2021, 9 innings, no hits, no walks, 12 strikeouts, 113 pitches. So those are just a few of those games that were scored or ranked higher or in that same conversation. Maybe the best in the past. Think about that. And I think Mizorowski, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing now, the other thing I've been thinking about, we talk about athletes who transcend the game, change the game. Basketball, Steph Curry, Caitlin Clark. What do you see kids doing these days? Shooting 35-foot jump shots from the logo. The deep shot is the cool thing to do. The deep three is the cool thing to do. Everybody wants to do it. Everybody wants that a part of their game. Now you got a pitcher out here who is throwing 104 miles per hour. Please, kids, if you're listening, you sports coaches, if you're listening, just because Mizorowski's out there and able to do that doesn't mean everybody can go out there and do it. So please don't throw out your elbow at Little League trying to be the next Jacob Mizorowski right now. Get the proper coaching. And coaches, please don't ask your kids to go out there and just throw as hard as possible to try to be the next young up-and-coming Mizorowski. Okay? There's a lot that goes into Jacob Mizorowski and what makes him an amazing, amazing pitcher. Okay? There's a lot. And I know kids, I did it, you did it, they still do it, mine still does it. You emulate your sports heroes. You emulate your favorite sports athletes and players. Don't emulate or try to emulate Jacob Mizorowski right now. Just don't. If you're like 8 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, don't try to emulate him right now. You don't throw out your elbow at this age. Mizorowski is not a human. He's like an alien. He's inhuman. This is This is incredibly rare stuff that we are seeing. You can emulate Steph Curry on the basketball courts, in your driveway, chucking up those 3-pointers, or Caitlin Clark. You can emulate your turnaround jumpers. You could do the Dame time thing or the ice in your veins. You can do a Patrick Mahomes no-look touchdown pass or whatever. Just right now, try not to emulate Jacob Mizorowski, because this is a kind of a freak of nature. It's just physically rare. But enjoy it as a fan, okay? I plead with all of you Brewers fans. I know there's some fans out there that are saying, okay, he's going to blow out his arm. He's going to blow out his elbow, this, that. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. It could happen. But I beg you, enjoy what you are watching right now. Don't think about what could happen, because we don't know. But what we do know right now is what we're watching right now. What we're watching right now and what we're following right now is a pretty awesome thing in the sports world. I mean, when I've got Cubs people even saying, dude, this is awesome, or man, you guys got a good tip of the cap. Just embrace the now. Enjoy the now. We don't know what tomorrow's going to be. We don't know what a couple of years is going to be like. Embrace what you're witnessing with the Miz kid. It's fun. It's electric. It's must watch. It's must listen. Every time he is up now as a starter, it was already like this, but it's upped at another level. But Miz is must watch. When it's his turn in the rotation, must watch. I wouldn't be surprised now that even, if Brewers fans, they're going to try to see when Miz is pitching and okay, that's the ticket. Or tickets to games that Mizorowski's pitching, another price increase. It's must watch. All right, we got to take a quick break. More Brewers talk, though. Cooper Pratt. He's getting called up. Going to make his debut tomorrow when the Brewers are back in action. What should a realistic expectation be for Cooper Pratt now that he is about to begin his big league career? We'll talk about the new shortstop coming up after these few words. Don't forget to get your two-person team signed up right now for the 6th annual Kasper Classic, teeing off Friday, August 7th at Lake Hallie Golf Course for just $90 for your two-person team. Not 90 per person, 90 total for your two-person team. You'll get your 9 holes, your carts, your lunch, couple drink tickets, and all proceeds going to help fund backyard dreams. If you are interested in maybe being a hole sponsor or donating a raffle prize, because all 100% of the proceeds go to help fund backyard dreams, please reach out. So we would love the help. We would love the help. So more details to sign up your two-person team, just go to our website, sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com, and you can sign up right there. You'll see the icon located up there. So Cooper Pratt, he's going to be called up. Kind of was the thought yesterday after video surfaced, him getting pulled 6th inning of the Nashville Sounds game. He was doing some hugs and such. And, well, it was reported by Bob Nightingale and then confirmed by Adam McCulvey. Nothing official yet from the Brewers, but there will have to be a corresponding move made, and there is some thought it could be Luis Rengifo, whether it's maybe a trip to the IL or maybe he gets designated for assignment. I know Adam McCulvey in this piece kind of talks about, Cooper play third. I think you call up Cooper Pratt, one, he's playing for sure. He's in the starting lineup. You don't call him up and then he's a bench guy. He is playing. He will make his start tomorrow. And then I think you put him at short. If you truly believe that Cooper Pratt is your long-term starting shortstop, which you did with the contract extension, you put him out there at shortstop. He's already going to be nervous. He's already going to have butterflies. He might be puking in the corner. Going to be antsy, everything. Maybe alleviate just a skosh of that nervousness and pressure by just keeping him at the spot that he's the most comfortable at, which is shortstop. Will there be some maybe communication adjustments between him and Bryce Terang and such? Probably. Maybe a little bit. But you play him at short. And then the question becomes Hamilton or Ortiz at third. It's probably going to be a rotation, I would imagine, at this point in time. But if you had to pick a guy to get the most reps over there, I mean, if you look at it straight from an offensive number standpoint, it might be Hamilton. But David Hamilton this year, 231, an on base of a 316. OPS is a 636. He's got 3 home runs, 14 stolen bases, and 11 RBIs. Joey Ortiz, meanwhile, 1 home run, 207 average, 299 on base, and a 561 OPS. I honestly feel like it's probably going to be, you might have a situation where it's lefty-righty matchup based until they figure out what exactly they are going to do at third base. For what it's worth, so far this season, David Ortiz has played more games at third. 32 games at third, 29 games at short, 8 games at second base. And we know David Ortiz can play third. We've seen it. We've seen it for a full season. I don't know if him moving back to third necessarily means that the offense is going to get better for him because the offense was good when he was playing at third base. But we'll wait and see. But, here we go. Here's another Jan. No, I'll wait for that. But, yeah, I don't think there should be any question. There shouldn't be any debate about where to play Cooper Pratt when he's going to make his debut. It's shortstop, and you leave him at shortstop. But what should a realistic expectation be for Cooper Pratt? It's tough. You'd like to see the guy go out there and, hit 280, 270, 275. He has stolen, was it 17 bases so far at AAA this year? You'd like to see that. And you don't necessarily want to be patient. You can't, I understand some of the fans saying, got to be patient with him, got to be patient. Well, you're in first place. And you just had Pat Murphy a couple weeks ago say, we're not rebuilding. So, yeah, Cooper Pratt needs to be a contributor. It's not just, he can't just be out there and, all right, this is just, gaining some experience. Better for the future. He needs to be a contributor. And the Brewers obviously think now he can be that contributor and help them improve, continue to be better. I don't think there's going to be any worry or any concern about his defense. It's going to boil down to offense. And that's where a lot of fans are going to be paying attention to him. Is what is he going to do from an offensive standpoint for the Brewers to get better production from the left side of the infield? That's what we want to see. That's where we want to see an improvement. And honestly, the bar is pretty low right now when you look at the offensive production that has come from the left side of the infield. So the bare minimum of expectations that you may have for Cooper Pratt might not be like you're asking too much. So right now, if you look at his AAA numbers so far this season, 241, 6 doubles, 4 triples, 6 homers, 17 stolen bases, 735 OPS. He did start the season off slow, but he has been much better these last few weeks. If you just take those numbers, let's say his average is 241 and a 735 OPS. And that's what he's going to give you for the rest of the season in the major leagues. Do you take that, or is that still a little too low? I think right now I'm taking it, just considering when, some of the numbers we're getting from these other guys. I know the 241 isn't that far off from Hamilton. It's only 10 points. But OPS-wise, Hamilton is 636. Cooper Pratt's a 735. I guess AAA, but I'm just kind of using this as a base. If that's the base that Cooper Pratt gives you for this season, from an offensive standpoint, 241, 735 OPS. You good with that? Does that hit the mark for you? Satisfied with that? Numbers-wise, technically, yeah, that is an improvement from the left side of the infield, so I'd probably take that. Would I like a little bit more? Oh, yeah, who would? I want to be greedy. I want that. But I'd probably take that right now. All right, let's take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back after these few words. Summer is here, and that means it is the perfect time to give your home a fresh new look with Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether you are updating a family room, finishing a basement, refreshing a bedroom, or finally tackling that remodeling project that you have been putting off, Carpet City Flooring Center has the flooring options that you're looking for. From beautiful luxury vinyl planks to carpet, tile, and more, you will find quality products and expert guidance every single step of the way. Their experienced team will help you find the right flooring to fit your style, your budget, and your lifestyle too. And with professional installation available, your project can be completed quickly and correctly. Make this summer the summer you transform your home. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire today and discover why so many area homeowners trust Carpet City Flooring Center for all of their flooring needs. Carpet City Flooring Center, helping you love where you live. So Brian Windhorst from ESPN this morning is out there apparently saying that Giannis wants Miami, wants to go to Miami. That's the place he wants to go to. All right, cool. That's sure we've heard that before. I did have somebody text in and say I don't understand why the Bucks would pacify and make Giannis happy by trading him to a destination that he wants to go to. I think the big part in this, the big reason why that would be the case, is that contract extension. A lot of teams are not going to want to trade for Giannis without reassurance from Giannis that he is going to sign a contract extension. Like that's where it's at. And so that's the tricky thing here for the Bucks is you want to take the best deal possible. But if that team maybe doesn't get the the commitment from Giannis to sign an extension, they may not want to make that deal. Now, maybe there's a team that'll kind of come in and kind of do what the Raptors did a few years ago. Trade for Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi doesn't sign an extension, and he leaves after a year, but they did get the championship. So maybe there's a team that comes in and says, you know what? We'll trade for him, and we're going to take our chances. He's going to play out the year. We'll try to get an extension done with him. We'd love to get an extension done with him, but if he doesn't do that right away, we'll take the risk. We feel like we're maybe a player like him away from winning a championship this year. We're desperate for a championship. And we maybe feel confident that once he gets here, once he plays here, that we can sign him long-term. Maybe there is a team that would do that. But that is the biggest reason that, the Bucks, maybe part of, the Bucks say that, hey, we want to do right by Giannis. He's done so much for us and that. I give that like maybe a 15% of like, okay, you're kind of being truthful there. You're the Bucks. You get what you can get. You get the best deal that you could possibly get. But you can also say, hey, we're doing Giannis a solid by trading him to the team that he wants to go to. Well, that's because of the contract extension. That's where Giannis does have some say in this thing. He does have a little bit of pull. Because if teams want that reassurance, that commitment from him to sign that extension, then the teams are limited in where the Bucks can trade him. So that's kind of where it's at. Hopefully that answers your question. So deadline, if we believe that deadline, it's coming up next week, though. So we may that Giannis watch. That Giannis watch is it's going to intensify this week, and if you're getting annoyed by all the Giannis talk and where's he going, is he going, is he resigning, is he not, it's going to get worse this week. Just prepare yourself. Mentally prepare that it is going to be worse this week, leading up to next week's draft. So if you don't like it, if you don't like hearing about it, if you don't like talking about it, you probably want to cover your ears or shut your eyes off if you tune into sports shows and such, because that is going to be a big topic this week until something is finalized or a decision is made. It's just the truth. Speculation is going to run rampant. Deadlines spur actions. Deadlines cause some crazy talk. Not all rumors are going to be 100% truthful out there. Some are going to be a little wild. Some of them may be where there's smoke, there's fire. If there was one team, for you as a Bucs fan, okay? If there was one team that you would just not want Giannis to be traded to, whether it's because of the return package that reportedly would be out there, or you just don't want to see him in that jersey, who would it be? Would it be like, I could probably name a few teams. Lakers probably one. Warriors probably another. Celtics I don't think Bucs fans would like. Heat, does it matter to you? Does it? Maybe it's because you don't want Tyler Hero. I don't know. But what would be the one team, or maybe a couple teams, that you don't want to see him suited up for? Or if you're a Giannis fan, on the flip side of this, if you are a Giannis fan, where would you like to see him? Because I think the NBA is such a, and we've talked about this many times, it has become such a individualized sport where I think a lot of fans, not all of them, but there's a good chunk of fans, especially I think younger fans, they're fans of the players and not necessarily fans of the team. I mean, just look at jerseys you go to Shields, like, right? There's a bunch of jerseys of players of teams that are not Minnesota or Green Bay or Milwaukee or Wisconsin related, because the NBA, it's individual players are so popular right now. And I think you've got a lot of young fans that just follow the players because there's a lot of movement, too, in the NBA. So if you're just maybe a Giannis fan, maybe it's because you want to see him win another championship and you just want him to go to the best place possible to win another championship, or you just want to see him go and where would be the team that you'd like to see him go to if you are just straight up a Giannis fan? Maybe it's the reverse of where Bucs fans don't want him to go to. Or here's the third part. You know, we talk about athletes and some of these players that, you know, played on different teams, and it just looked weird. What would be like the weirdest one for Giannis? You know what I mean? Now, I know these were kind of at the back end of their careers, but a lot was wrong with the Raptors. Ewing with Sonics or Magic. Even Brady with the Bucs was a little weird. Favre, Jets, and Vikings and such. What would be like the weirdest one? Have a little fun with that and think about it. And if you want to chime in, hey, hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. All right, 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break and back to wrap up the third quarter coming up after these few words. Looking for the perfect summer hangout? Well, then you need to make your way to the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. Enjoy some beautiful views overlooking the river, some great food, cold beverages, and some of the best live local music that you will find anywhere in the Chippewa Valley. Whether you're meeting friends after work or spending a summer evening outdoors, the VFW Post 305 is the place to be. Great views, great music, great times. That's the VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire. Coming up in about 15 minutes past the 9 o'clock hour, we'll chat with Dale Varshow, manager for the Eau Claire Express. He'll be joining us past 9 o'clock here. So we'll get his take on the Express winning their last two games. A nice weekend sweep against Thunder Bay. We got lacrosse coming to town tonight for a 2-game series. And then Wausau coming to town on Wednesday, and then Duluth, on the road to Duluth, and back home for a couple more games here too. So quite a few games for the Express here at Carson Park. If you haven't been to a game yet, well, here's your chance. Plus Father's Day weekend coming up this weekend too. So if you got looking for something to do with Dad or go watch a baseball game with Dad, here you go. Express game this weekend. You got opportunities to do so. Speaking of which, if you're looking for Dad to take Dad out for breakfast or brunch too, we were just talking about the VFW Post 305. You got the VFW Post 305 brunch going on too. So lots of options there. You can check them out on Facebook for the menu and all the options available for that. So we've got Rando says, would not want to see the Greek Freak going to the Lakers for any trade offer. As a fan, the Spurs would be fun. Can you imagine Giannis and Wemby in the front court? Jay Billis would have a field day with one of his favorite words, wingspan. You might as well just have those two guys kind of just outside the paint, but then just spread their arms out for a wingspan and say, good luck driving by. Teams would have to be outside shooters to have success trying to drive the lane going up against a potential Wemby and Giannis. Don't think that one would happen, but who's the surprise team? I feel like there's got to be a surprise team in this whole situation when it comes to Giannis. Maybe part of it is because I do want a surprise team. But how you feeling on the Giannis gauge? 1 to 10. Do you think we're going to have that decision by next week or not? I'm at about a 7.3 that we will. 10 saying yep. 0 saying nope. I'm still at about a 7.3. So, all right, continue to send me your thoughts on Jacob Mizorowski and Cooper Pratt. All right, Jacob Mizorowski, is he the most dominating player in Major League Baseball right now, or do you still maybe give that title to one Shohei Ohtani? Or is it somebody else? Cooper Pratt, what should our bare minimum expectation be for him now that he's going to be making his Major League debut when the Brewers are back in action tomorrow? Remember when the talk about Ohtani was struggling a little bit offensively too? Well, I mean, now he's hitting over 300. He's got 14 home runs and 41 RBIs. So now he's kind of rediscovered it just a bit. 975 OPS. Yeah, he's okay. He's doing okay. His pitching stats, well, right now let me bring it up here. 11 games, 1.06 ERA, 6-2. Still pretty dominant. So, still pretty dominant. How many Ks does he have? He's got 73 Ks. Okay. Man, that's just, we're in baseball right now. I think if you're a baseball fan, seriously, enjoy this. Enjoy what we're watching. We've got players like Ohtani who are playing two ways. Offensively, they're playing so well. He's pitching incredibly well. You've got guys like Jacob Mizorowski doing what they're doing. Paul Skeens Aaron Judge. Baseball is just so dang fun right now. Jacob Mizorowski, number 1 in Major League Baseball in ERAs. He is also tied for, second, in WAR, it looks like. Sanchez is 5.1. Mizorowski is a 3.9. Ks, Mizorowski, 131. The next is Sanchez at 116, just blowing him by. Walks, too. I mean, Mizorowski's only gotten 22 walks that he's issued so far this year. Whip, Mizorowski's number 1, 0.74. 87 innings pitched. Sanchez has pitched 99 innings. He has played in 15 games. Mizorowski's played 14 games, 87 innings. Honestly, when you kind of put it that way, I mean, his innings count is, even with a complete game shutout, it's not bad. It really isn't. And don't necessarily look at the innings. Look at the pitch counts. Very favorable towards Jacob Mizorowski. His efficiency has been, we could sit here and probably debate on what has been the biggest improvements so far when it comes to Mizorowski. Efficiency has to be up there. Command, control has to be up there. Maturity has to be up there. Everything is on the table. And everybody would probably be right. There's so many different things you can point to that has just been, I think, a big part of the reason why we are seeing a big-time performance from Mizorowski so far this year. And an early front-runner for the Cy Young Award. It's going to be tough in the National League. Those voters are going to have, if everything kind of plays out the same way with everything, Sanchez, Ohtani, Mizorowski, you can throw Skeens in there if you want. National League voters, they're gonna have a hard time. Hard decision to make when it comes to that National League Cy Young. But man, we've got some good baseball going on right now, and I hope everybody's enjoying it and embracing it and taking advantage of it too. Not just Brewers, but all across the league. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off in 30 seconds, so we'll kick off the final hour here with our express chats on every Monday morning. We'll catch up with Mr. Dale Varsho. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk here as well. It's an off day here for the crew, but getting set for a series, another big series coming up here with the Guardians coming to town. So maybe a little early preview of that. So keep the convo coming, though. Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can join in on the Section 105 chat on YouTube. News updates. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Final hour kicking off right now this morning on this Monday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, no matter where you've been listening to us or how you've been listening to us. We've got plenty of baseball talk coming your way in this final hour. We'll get back to some of your comments and texts and all those fun messages, but we kick off this next hour like we normally do in the summer, chatting with our good friends from the Eau Claire Express. And joining us, I should say, the text I got from Craig Toyson this morning, the GOAT, Dale Varsho, will be joining you today. So Craig calling him the GOAT. What's up? I'd call you the GOAT, too. How you doing, man?
I don't think I'm the GOAT.
Yeah. Well, man, another season underway here for you. Still a long ways to go, but you've played a lot of baseball here, too. How's everything going so far?
A lot of baseball, a lot of travel already.
Yeah.
We came off a really long road trip from Duluth to Dickinson, North Dakota to Wilmer and put in about probably 20 some hours on the bus.
Yeah.
So good bonding time.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I think is well needed, but not such a long trip probably.
Right.
But overall, I mean, guys are coming in, guys are healthy, staying healthy. So it's been fun.
Mm-hmm. What's probably the question everybody kind of gives you right away? Are there still players coming, or do you pretty much have your full roster right now at this point? I know College World Series is going on and that. So are you still waiting on a couple players, or do you pretty much have everybody in here?
Got a pitcher from Ole Miss that just got eliminated last night.
Mm-hmm.
We have a Cal Poly kid showing up the 18th. We have Stanford kid showing up the 18th. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
2 Stanford kids showed up a couple days ago. But so no, it should be full swing within a week.
Mm-hmm.
So we should be, have depth, have people have full rest, because even though we have 30 players on the roster and 30 or 35, they still need rest, and they still need to go lift, and they still need to get bigger and stronger to go back to school. So it's kind of nice that they get some rest time while they play too. So
I know.
It's kind of nice.
Oh, sorry. I know maybe he wasn't part of a long term, but I mean, if you got a guy that's hitting 500 right now, I mean, and he might have the last name of Varsho too. You might have had other roles for him later on for the Express, but how do you not keep this kid in the lineup? I mean, how cool is it to see CJ playing as well as he is right now?
Yeah, CJ's fun. I mean, he puts everything in perspective for the other players.
Mm-hmm.
Born and raised in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing phases him. And he just keeps putting the ball in play, hitting the ball in the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Out of, I think, 45 at-bats or 50 at-bats, he's popped up 1 time. He has walked 10 times, only struck out 4. His on-base percentage leads the league too. So he's done everything, what he's capable of doing, of putting the ball in play, hitting the barrel, and just making things happen.
Mm-hmm.
But he tells players to take it easy, relax. I mean, some of these players have never played in front of 500 fans, 1,000 fans, 1,300 fans. Go to Madison, there's 4,000 fans. I mean, they get nervous really fast.
Mm-hmm.
CG doesn't seem to get nervous at all, and that makes him pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm. How is it? I mean, is it difficult for you at times? Dad hat, manager hats, when it comes to him, or is it pretty natural for you two because of your guys' relationship?
I'm not nervous for CJ at all.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I get out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was funny, and he's such a smart player. Last night he was just kind of throwing the ball in for the last 2 games against Thunder Bay, and he's got a really good arm when he wants it, and he threw a guy out at second trying to stretch a single into a double.
Mm.
So he's just a really smart player that's just fun to be around, and again, he just kind of takes everything in phase, but he's also a great teammate too.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just, he just does his thing. He doesn't overswing, just tries to get the barrel of the ball, and things are happening for him.
Mm-hmm.
Lined out yesterday, could have got 2. He went 1 for 4 yesterday, but could have been 2 for 4 really easy.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there's just times where he just keeps on putting the ball in play and makes things happen, and he's just fun to be around.
Yeah. The whole team, how would you say is, you mentioned, you had the early road trip for bonding and such. Now that we're a couple weeks into the season, how is the personality? How would you describe the personality of your ball club? Because I think that's one thing we've heard a lot over the last few years. It's a fun-loving group, and is that kind of the same thing that you're
I think
sensing?
so. I think the bonding is the most important thing of being successful on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Win, lose, but being competitive is all about, razzing each other a little bit. You know, we all play sports. I mean, if you don't have fun at the field or fun in the court or whatever it is, it's not fun for anybody.
Right.
So hopefully they enjoy what we're doing and accomplishing, and it's a laid back atmosphere. Hopefully they enjoy the fans, enjoy the kids that come to the game. That's what it's all about. It's all about. Doesn't matter if you go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts; they're still going to want your autograph.
Yeah.
So be cordial, and do things that are going to help out young kids that want to stay and play baseball.
Different this year too at Carson Park. Yeah, what's it been like with the new dugout? It's like everybody's been in there too. I mean, not in the past you used to have the pitchers kind of by the bullpen,
right?
But now everybody's in the dugout.
Dugouts are amazing.
Yeah,
City of Eau Claire did a bang up job. I mean, everyone fits. Everyone fits easy. I'll be honest with you. I have so much room down there that I can talk to players now and talk over things of why we can't do this or why we can do this. It's just been amazing. They've been such good dugouts. It's crazy. Big league dugouts, big league feel. I know the stands are a little awkward of trying to see over the top of them. So we did lose the line of sight, but overall, they're phenomenal for the players, and safety is the number one factor, and it definitely does that for us too.
Yeah, I mean, Vic doesn't have to yell down to the bullpen anymore, right?
No, and Vic probably should still use his walkie-talkies, but no, Vic is like right next to the bullpen. It's been pretty easy for him too, so it's been fun.
So I mean, another year with Vic and on the staff. I mean, how much is it just kind of where you pick up after every year? I mean, it's just
nothing really changes.
Yeah.
I know what he's thinking. He knows what I'm thinking. I don't have any worries of what he's doing. He communicates with the pitchers so well. He tries to help out the pitchers. I wish they would listen to him more. But this era, you don't know. I mean, some players just have their way of thinking and the only way of thinking rather than searching and listening and learning. But it's been fun. It's been something that Vic really enjoys, being around those players, and I enjoy having him around.
I think we've talked about it in the past and such too, but I mean, especially in college, a lot of stuff has changed over the last few years. And more maybe for like pitcher wise, I mean, how difficult is it for you and Vic sometimes when it comes to pitch counts, and or do teams kind of follow that more? Is it more of a player that maybe kind of pays attention to that more? Because I mean, we got transfer portals, right? We got all this. Is that something now that players are dealing with, and kind of inadvertently you're kind of dealing with too, because players are trying to decide maybe where they want to go? I mean, just how much has that changed over the last few years?
Yeah, transfer portal's tough. Not just in baseball, but in college alone. I would probably assume football is probably the worst, just because you have so many players versus everybody else. But baseball, it's hard. I mean, we have about 12 people in the transfer portal right now. Everybody wants the NIL money. Everyone wants, if there's other money out there, they're almost like free agents now. So it's hard. Talk about pitch limits. I have a guy right now that just signed. That's a pitcher of ours that told me that he's hopefully going to have a pitch limit rather than, innings limit, rather than a pitch limit. So innings I can deal with, especially if they give me something to play with, like, 25 to 30 innings. But it's the ones that say I only got 5 innings left. And it happens really fast.
Yeah.
So, that's what kind of diminishes the team really fast too. But overall, we haven't had that yet. We've had, our biggest guy that right now in the transfer portal is probably Brock Adamson, who's the lefty that throws 95, 96, that throws strikes, that is just a really good kid. He hasn't signed yet, but when he does sign with somebody, I'm hoping that they leave him here because he didn't pitch very much all year. So that's kind of like the goal of talking to everybody. I mean, I have no problem helping everybody getting seen, getting on the mound. If they want to start, they can start and get seen by more colleges if they're so-called free agency transfer portal. But again, help me back out too.
Right.
You got to stay here because I gave you that opportunity for people to see you. It'd be nice if you just reciprocated and just stayed on the team.
Absolutely.
So that's tough.
Yeah. So you've gotten a lot of games here. You mentioned the road trip a little bit earlier, but now you're kind of back at the friendly confines of Carson Park here for a little bit, get to sleep in your own bed and such. And now you got lacrosse coming to town. Lacrosse off to a good start this season too, which, I don't know if you view it as a rivalry. I think it's maybe a lot of fans kind of view it as a Eau Claire lacrosse rivalry and such. But how do you kind of preview this upcoming series with lacrosse?
It's tough when you haven't seen them play yet.
Yeah.
Of how talented they are. I think our whole division is pretty equal, knowing that our records are pretty similar. Lacrosse came out to a really hot start of 5-0, and then they've kind of fizzled down. So, and we didn't start 5-0. So we'll be competitive. I think it all comes down to starting pitching. Riley Fisher goes today. Bryce Ayer goes tomorrow. Both are really good pitchers. So, Riley hasn't had the best ERA, but he's a very professional and good pitcher. So really comes down to that first and see where we kind of, figure things out. Hopefully we can hit. I mean, last night we didn't hit very well. We still won the game, but we didn't hit very well. I really put pride in not striking out, and we struck out way too many times yesterday. So hopefully we can put more balls in play and figure things out.
Going back to last Thursday, Wednesday night and Thursday, when it's rare, but when a game gets called, due to rain, and then you got to play a doubleheader, how much does that change for your preparation and maybe a game plan, knowing that you got to play 2 games, and then the first game actually goes an extra inning too,
right?
In 8 innings. But does that change your preparation at all? Does it make it more difficult in managing pitchers, or is it just kind of delay maybe the game plan that you originally had?
As of right now, no, just because I have a lot of pitchers. Later in the year, it definitely would. When you're scrambling to try to find players that are quality enough to play in the league. So, you have an opportunity to sign basically 50 players to help you out in the summertime. So you have 35 full roster players, and then you have 15 temporary players. So you have 50 full players of trying to figure out how this is all going to work, of making sure that people stay all summer long. So right now we are really have a huge amount of depth on the mound. So that doesn't hinder us on an early rain out right now. But there's been years that we don't even have that for early in the season. The doubleheader on Wednesday, the split doubleheaders is a tough day. One is you start at noon and you end up at 12 o'clock at night, basically is what happens. And they have no time to go lift, get workout in, and do those things. So Wednesday, the split doubleheader, the scheduled doubleheaders are really hard. Something I know the league really likes to have because they want their 72 games in total. But it's really hard on staff and on college kids. So hopefully we still have the depth of position-wise too, where we can give people rest.
Speaking of the league and such, I mean, earlier on, just the growth, but then Field of Dreams is going to be having a team in that too. I mean,
Right.
All-Star Game's going to be down there. I mean, from your perspective of over all the years that you've been involved with the league and seeing where it's at now, I mean, the easy question, a lot of people say, well, could you ever see this happening and that? But, I mean, kind of maybe, assess what it's been like these last few years of immense growth for this league.
Sure. Well, I know one thing. The All-Star Games has always been, who's going to host it. Well, at Field of Dreams and you're playing at the MLB-made ballpark there, that's where the All-Star Game should be played every year. If we can swing that, that would be huge for everybody in this league. Who wouldn't want to play there?
Right.
I've been there several times when I was coaching at Viterbo to drive by Dyersville and stop in and see the ballpark and see the cornfield and everything else. And it's a really cool thing. The house is still standing. I mean, it's pretty cool. Now they build a field right next to it that is major league quality, where we're going to have a major league game there and then have a Northwoods League team there. That's huge. That's something that is so pumped up with every kid. Who wouldn't want to be there?
Right.
Now, I don't know how many kids watch Field of Dreams anymore, but every bus should have it on to understand what this is. But pretty cool thing for the Northwoods League.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, my kid watched it, and that's got him asking, because he's like, oh, what's this? And then, but it gets him asking, well, who's Shoeless Joe? And so the history part of that. So that's what kind of got him going.
Absolutely.
With that too. So,
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that's a movie that changes when you actually have, from when you're a kid watching it to when you grow up and you're a dad yourself.
Sure.
It changes that
Absolutely.
that mindset a bit. So
yeah, that's pretty cool.
Also, too, with the Express, you got some camps going on too with some of the players. So speaking of younger players, younger kids out there, and now they're not in school and such, and
Right.
it is baseball season, Little League season with Momentum and the Express. The first one's coming up tomorrow, but you got some Express players that are going to be helping out with some clinics.
Yeah, we got Matthew Mullick, we got CJ, we have Brock Adamson, who's doing the first ones along with my coach Easton Petrie. So we should be fully stacked with coaches. It's an opportunity. We've done this like for 4 years now. It's an opportunity for the kids to make, or our players to make more money in town, to have spending money. So, everywhere we go, they want to stop at a gas station. So it's an opportunity for them to make a little bit of money of trying to get some spending money. So we try to rotate players like that to make sure that they have, access to making a little bit of money here in town. And it's a great thing for kids in the area. I know Hudson's going. So, so I think that's just exciting for them to get to know the players too.
Yeah, you talked about a little bit earlier about the interacting with the younger fans, right? And this is another opportunity for those young baseball players to not only get better, but to interact with some of those players that they get to watch out on the field at Carson Park.
Absolutely. Hopefully they get to bond a little bit and want to come see them play. That's the whole thing. So Brock is the only pitcher that is coming in, is the one I was talking about earlier, that throws really hard and just a really good person. So, so yeah, we should be fully equipped with players to help them out.
Well, you talk about pitching, and I know I'm keeping you a little long here, but I want to, because everybody's in Miz fever right now with Jacob Mizorowski and
who isn't
right with 104, 105 miles per hour and that. And I was like, kind of talking about Steph Curry's made such a big, like, transcendent player in basketball, because now all the kids want to shoot 30-footers, 35-footers and that. My one concern would be is like, okay, do these little leaguers now just want to go out there and throw fastballs like a Jacob Mizorowski and such, because power. And not everybody is going to be 6'7" and can throw like a Jacob Mizorowski. But from your area, do you find that with younger players, like when it comes to pitching, that a lot of them just focus on trying to throw as hard as that they can absolutely go out there and do?
I got a stat the other day from the Texas Tech pitching coach, and said that there's like 40% of the pitchers in minor leagues that are having Tommy John.
Oh, man.
So, I mean, there's a lot of, your arm can only go so fast. Yeah, it depends on your size, depends on your arm whip and everything else, but the ball can only go as fast as your arm can throw it. So we have so many injuries at young ages that we have to be careful. You're right. The Miz is unbelievable. I mean, he is 100 miles an hour. He throws strikes. He's tall, thin, good arm whip. I mean, it's like talking about Aaron Judge, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to hit like Aaron Judge, but not everyone's 6'9", 300 pounds. I'm sure he's not 300 pounds, but 260, right?
Right, yeah.
His fly balls are home runs that they don't understand. So we can't teach that. That's really hard to teach. So those are things that people don't realize, that, you can hit like Aaron Judge and try to hit like Aaron Judge, but you're not that size of Aaron Judge. So that's where all the launch angle comes in and everything else. But when it comes to the Miz, I mean, he's a freak of nature. I mean, guys like him, Roger Clemens back in the day, Nolan Ryan back in the day, those guys are built really, really well and have always thrown, for strikes their whole careers. He is really fun to watch. Everybody tells me, "Did you see his line last night? Did you see his line last night?" And it's exciting, and it's across the whole country right now of what he's doing. So the unfortunate problem is in baseball is that he's still a arbitration eligible player. Rather than signing for a lot of dollars that he deserves. So hopefully Milwaukee can figure it out and pay him for what he's worth before he blows it all out.
I agree.
Because I'm hoping he never does that, but you never know.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people are just kind of assuming that eventually it's going to happen, which I hate to think about, but
of course.
That's why I'm trying to like just focus on the moment. And,
right. It's all about the moment.
Yeah.
And he's so good right now. It's fun. You have to watch it. You just have to watch it. He's just remarkable.
Yeah.
So hopefully he stays healthy, and he's young, right? So hopefully he does all the right things.
Right.
Some younger ones just still want to, live life a little bit to the fullest. So hopefully he's smart enough to figure out what's right with his arm and keep it healthy.
That's, when I look, and I mentioned this a few times, like in the last couple of months, when I look at Major League Baseball and I see like the faces of the league, whether it's Ohtani or Judge, it just feels like those are like, I use the phrase, I don't want to like them because they play for the Dodgers or
Right.
the Yankees, but they seem like such stand-up superstars. Like they do it the right way. Paul Skeens does,
Right.
all these guys, they're not about show, spotlights on me and that sort of
Right.
thing. And I just appreciate that I feel like baseball's in a good spot to have their superstars be those type of personalities. It
Yeah,
seems
I
like.
agree. I agree. They don't ever really talk about themselves.
Yeah.
And that's the positive about everything is that they always talk about team.
Yep.
And I tell every kid that wants to play college baseball, if a college coach calls you, talk about team first. Don't talk about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's about what team wants to do because not every kid's going to play college baseball. Not every kid's even going to be on a team. But if you're a really good teammate, there's always a spot for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's extremely important to understand that it's teams first.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, looking ahead to the schedule, you got lacrosse tonight and tomorrow, and then, as you mentioned, the doubleheader against Wausau coming to town on Wednesday. So,
and Wausau's very good. So we got our work cut out for us of being competitive and just play good baseball, and hopefully we come out on top.
right. So, and then a quick trip to Duluth, but then you're back for Father's Day weekend.
Right.
So, dads or parents, or I should say kids, if you're looking to take dad somewhere, got plenty of opportunities for some games at the Express. So. You can check them out. Get your tickets online at Eau Claire Express through the Eau Claire Express. That's the place to go, not secondary markets.
Right. No secondary.
No secondary. Get them through the Eau Claire Express. So, Dale, we could probably talk for another hour.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
baseball.
For sure.
So I appreciate you stopping by
Absolutely.
and hanging out for a little bit, bud. So,
Absolutely.
all right, we're going to take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these few words. Switzerland deals have arrived this week at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Their new flyer, you can check it out on their Facebook page for this week. We're talking about $2.98 Jack's Pizzas. So if you need a quick meal for the kiddos or such because you've got Little League or softball or whatever's going on with their busy summer schedules, load up the deep freezers with those. $5.99 six-pack of Gatorades with the purchase of 2. Well, that's also a good idea with warmer weather. Eggo waffles, big hit for breakfast in our house. You're talking about 24 count for $4.99. All right, so you got cookie sale going on right now till the 28th. I mean, there's $5.99. Lots of matzahs also on sale, and I know that's a big one out there. So, again, go to Hy-Vee's Facebook page and check out their latest flyer for the latest deals. And don't forget, you can save some money at the gas pump, too, with their Fuel Savers program. Well, speaking of Hy-Vee, because they are a partner of the Eau Claire Express, big thanks again to Dale Varsho for joining us for our chats. If you missed any portion of that, that will be up on the All Aboard the Eau Claire Express podcast. We'll have that up a little bit later on this morning. But, man, I could talk baseball probably for hours with Dale. And big thanks for him for hanging out with us here this morning. How about this? This just popped up. Since we were talking a little bit about pitching and such, on this date in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer of the Cincinnati Reds threw the second of back-to-back no-hitters. He remains the only pitcher in MLB history to throw a no-hitter in consecutive starts. And Mike had sent in a text, too. It's funny, you were talking about pitch count. This popped up during Sunday night game last night. They don't make them like that anymore. They also said that the 1 week after Kerry Woods was drafted in high school, he threw 189 pitches in a doubleheader. The Cubs organization was not impressed. Oh, yeah, you got the Nolan Ryan starter comparison, Boston. Oh, gosh, yeah. Estimated pitches, 225 for Nolan Ryan in those 13 innings. Luis with 14 a third. Man. I don't know if I've ever had that conversation with my guy, with Hudson, my little guy. Like, hey, pitchers used to throw 14 innings in a game, 13 innings in a game. These complete game shutouts, complete games in general, are becoming more rare and rare. But, man, those were the days, weren't they? Those were the days. We do got to play a little catch-up, so I do have to take a break here. I kind of want to stay as close to on track as we could possibly can in the final half hour. So, tell you what, let's take a quick break here, and we'll be back. We'll talk some more baseball in the final 20-ish minutes or so as we kind of recap again another big weekend for the Brewers. We've got Cooper Pratt making his debut coming your way tomorrow. We'll take a quick break. Be right back in just a couple minutes. So we had a couple of champions crowned this past weekend. We had the Knicks getting the NBA championship, and then Carolina getting a Stanley Cup final, last night. So that's the end of our winter sports ending on that. So now we move on to Giannis Watch to see what happens here. So got World Cup also going on. So if you've been kind of into that and paying attention to that. So for Team USA, let me kind of look at. So they are going to be back in action. It looks like on Friday against Australia. So, and then is it Turkey next Thursday? But anybody first few days into the World Cup? Thumbs up, thumbs down. You feeling it? Feel good? All that, whatever. Yeah. No, I was watching a little bit. Of it, trying to get into it more. I know I'm not the biggest soccer fan, and a lot of it is, I don't know if I'm trying to get into it a little bit more. So, but I enjoyed it Friday night. I was between that and the Mizorowski thing. I mean, Jacob Mizorowski's game was, Jacob Mizorowski's game on Wednesday. I'm choking up here. Was getting most of my attention, but just had the other eye on towards what Team USA was doing in the World Cup. So, but yeah, I thought it was good. That's all I got to say about that, I guess, at this point. So, but it looks like a lot of you are going. It's between Mizorowski and Ohtani for our informal poll. Who's the most dominating player in Major League Baseball? Honestly, if you did pick Ohtani, I couldn't argue with you too much. You got a guy that's doing it from both sides. He's pitching incredibly well. He's back to hitting at Ohtani levels. He's But call me a homer. I don't care. Call me a homer. Right now, if I were to rank him, I got to go Miz. That's what he's doing is dominating. He's dominating hitters every 5-6 days when he's up. The opponents are probably just like shaking in their boots, maybe asking their manager, Skipper, can I get the off day today? That guy is amazing. I can't wait to talk to Ty from Slab Factory on Wednesday because I'm curious to know what the value of his cards, if the market is just like going to explode or has exploded since Friday and such. Because after Friday, I'll admit it, I went on eBay and started looking up Mizorowski's cards to see if there was anything just to kind of load up on. But I'd be curious to get it from the expert himself. And like after a game like that, how much that market exploded and will continue to explode. Like, where does Mizorowski cards kind of rank compared to some of the other top ones, whether it's Ohtani or Paul Skeens in the market? Because I would have to imagine after a performance like that, that would have to be like, it's like the stock market. I would imagine there had to be just this big bump in value. You know what? I got to write down another question too. Just thought of it, so bear with me here. All right. So, again, today we don't have a Brewers game, so a little bit of an off day, but tomorrow begins another tough series here for the Brew Crew, going up against the Guardians. The series of Manager of the Year, Stephen Vogt, Pat Murphy. If you're looking at, really quick, the latest power rankings from MLB.com, no change within the top four. It's still Braves. It's still Dodgers at 2. And Brewers at 3. Says, are you tired of hearing about Jacob Mizorowski's all-time start against the Phillies on Friday? I certainly am not. The great Sarah Langs wrote up 13 facts and stats from the start, and they're all jaw-dropping. Here are my favorite two, and we went through those 13 in the first hour. Miz WOW became the third pitcher with at least 15 strikeouts and no more than one base runner in a shutout since at least 1900. Miz WOW threw 58 pitches, at least 100 miles per hour, besting his May 25th, 2026 start for the most in a game under tracking. He has each of the three highest totals in the list, and they're three of his last four starts. That's right. He's getting better every start. Look out. You know, was the thing for me too, and this is where my mind went, and I don't know if a guy like Miz WOW or any athlete would think about this, but he faced the minimum in that game, okay? 27 hitters. Schwarber got a single, then it was double play after that. My mind, after the oohing and the eyeing and the like holy buckets, my mind went to, gosh darn it, one hit away from a perfect game. One hit. Did that cross Miz WOW's mind? Has it crossed his mind since then? Like, one hit away from a perfect game. One hit. Had everything else. No walks, 27 batters, 15 strikeouts, no earned, one measly hit away. Like, come on. But it's still, that's where I think it benefits a guy like Jacob Miz WOW and these pitchers. They get these days off in between their next starts to maybe calm down. You know, live in the moment at that moment. Maybe have a little hangover the next day. But you get time to just kind of come off that high, regroup, resettle, refocus for your next start. Because we've seen it in other sports. We've seen it in other games or athletes. You know, you have a really good performance one night or whatever it may be, and then, you know, you kind of like, there's a little bit of a letdown. I think it benefits a guy like Miz WOW who plays with so much passion and energy and excitement and enthusiasm and all the above, to have those built-in off days so he can calm down, chillax a little bit, open up some Pokemon cards, and then kind of refocus, regroup for his next start. Which I would assume when we look at the upcoming Brewers schedule, we know we got that series against the Guardians. Miz WOW going up against the Braves. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, maybe he does get the Guardians at the back end. That's the first place team, but I'll admit I'd like to see him go up against the Braves because, okay, he pitched Friday. Saturday was Shane Drowan. Then you had Kyle Harrison, off day. Assuming Woodruff is going to get a start in here. Brandon Sproat's going to get a start in here. Did they announce it? Let me see if I thought they may have announced the starters here. Hold on. I probably am, but I might be missing something here. Just hold on a second. So, okay. Okay, yeah, we got Robert Gasser going for the Brewers tomorrow, and then the 17th, we've got Brandon Sproat, and then for the 18th, we've got Shane Jordan. Oh, yeah, we're going to get Miz for the Braves. Heck yes, let's go. So we're not getting Brandon Woodruff for the Guardians, but maybe we'll get Brandon Woodruff for the Braves. Okay, Kyle Harrison, Jacob Miz WOW, and possibly Brandon. Let's go for the Braves. Yes. Two of our top pitchers. Yeah. Not to overlook the Guardians because the Guardians are in first place, but I am pumped knowing that we're going to get Miz WOW and Harrison for that series against the Braves. Let's go. Guardians, though, I should say, they are no longer in first place. I got to correct myself. They're in second place in the AL Central. I got to give credit. I mean, don't assume. White Sox holding by the slimmest of margins, a 543 win percentage compared to a 542 win percentage for the Guardians. They're 4-6 in their last 10 games. They did have rode a 2-game winning streak here, but White Sox, the only team in the AL Central with a positive run differential, plus 12. Guardians are next at -3. That AL Central is so wacky. So wacky. Brewers run differential, they're a plus 112. Dodgers plus 141. So Brewers are second highest in the National League. Second highest across Major League Baseball. Run differential. Because you got the Yankees at a plus 107. The next highest one in the American League is, get this, Yankees are a plus 107 run differential. The next highest is the Mariners at a plus 20. Then it's the White Sox at plus 12. Rays are plus 8. Rangers are plus 6. That's it for the American League. National League, you've got the Dodgers at a plus 141. You've got the Braves at a plus 107. And the Brewers at a plus 112. So there was 4 teams, 5 teams in the AL with plus positive run differentials. There's 4 alone in the NL Central. The only team with a negative is the Reds at -58. Brewers plus 12, Cardinals plus 12, or Brewers plus 112, Cardinals plus 12, Cubs down to a plus 9, Pittsburgh plus 14. Brewers record against teams 500 or better, 13 games over 500, 27-14. Is that that is the most wins against teams above 500. Is that the best record too? Just a quick scan before I got to take a quick. I think it is. Brewers might have the best record. So Braves are 11 games above 500. They're 26-15. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, 23-17 for the Dodgers. Heck, yeah. All right. Another notch for the Brew Crew. All right, let's take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these few words. All right, let's wrap up this Monday craziness with some picks, shall we? We'll start off with World Cup action. Spain versus Spain. Belgium versus Egypt. Let's go Belgium. Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay. I will go Uruguay. Uruguay. Ooh. And then I'll pick New Zealand. Why not? New Zealand. Let's go to the MLB schedule for today. Not everybody is in action, but we've got Miami taking on the Phillies. I'll go with Philadelphia. Kansas City taking on the Nationals. I'll go Royals. Mets, Reds. Ugh. Hey, Tobias Myers. We don't talk about Tobias Myers as part of that. What is Tobias Myers doing so far this year? We haven't mentioned that name in a hot minute. 1 save, 4.05 ERA, and how many games played so far this year? So he's coming out of the pen here. Okay. But there's another name that we really haven't talked a whole lot about this year as part of trades. We've talked about Caleb Durbin and that, but he's pitched 33 and a third, giving up 6 home runs, 4.05 ERA. All right. So I'll go Mets. Why not? Padres, Cardinals. Ooh, go Padres for this one. I'm going to go Cardinals, though, tonight. Rockies, Cubbies. I'll go Cubs. Twins, Rangers. Give me the Rangers. Tigers, Astros. I'm going to go Astros. Angels versus the Diamondbacks. Let's go with the Diamondbacks. Pittsburgh versus the Athletics. I'll go with the Athletics. And then Tampa Bay versus the Dodgers. A sneaky good series. I'm going to go Dodgers, though. All right. Those are your picks for this morning. Quick preview for tomorrow. It's Grind My Gears Tuesday. Brought to you by Toyson Ford. So think about it in the next 24 hours. What's grinding your gears? Okay. Think about it. Participate tomorrow. What is grinding your gears? Send them on over. All right. Send them on over. That's your homework assignment for tomorrow. What is grinding your gears? Got to be something. Maybe not a whole lot surrounding the crew and such, but is there something else out there that's grinding your gears in the sports world or whatnot? Not a whole lot to complain for baseball if you're a Brewers fan. But hey, maybe if you're a Cubs fan or you're a fan of something else, maybe you've got something that's kind of grinding your gears. Maybe. But if you do, get it off your chest and let us know coming your way tomorrow. So also tomorrow we'll start to preview that 3-game series against the Guardians. Brewers going to be throwing out Robert Gasser for the start tomorrow. So this is going to be a series where we got Robert Gasser on there. We've got Brandon Sproats mixed in there too. So we'll preview this series. Another tough test for the crew before they hit the road to take on the Atlanta Braves with another series, but taking it 1 game at a time, right? 1 game at a time. That's all we can do. And should be a good series with former Brewer Stephen Vogt and 2-time AL manager, back-to-back AL manager of the year, Stephen Vogt, coming back to AmFam Field, taking on 2-time back-to-back National League manager of the year, Pat Murphy and the Milwaukee Brewers. So looking forward to having some baseball chats coming your way tomorrow. We'll catch up with RJ Cardinal, all things college and Badgers related. RJ will be joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. Have a fantastic day. We've got the Express game tonight, taking on lacrosse. If you got nothing going on, head on over to Carson Park and cheer on the Express, taking on the Loggers. Have a fantastic Monday. Same place, same time. TDS Sports Talk Studios tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Chat with you all then.